Great. Thank you. So good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I would like to start by having the committee members introduce themselves. And we had the experience of joining the AFA committee the other day, and they do something really smart where they have committee members all raise their hands so that I can see who everyone is, and so can everyone else, and we can do quick introductions. So can all the committee members raise their hands? And you'll rise to the top of everybody's screen. I'll start. I'm Representative Charlotte Warren. I serve as the House Chair of this committee, and I represent the City of Hallowell and the towns of Manchester and West Gardner. I will next go to who I see on my screen. And again, if you are a committee member, if you could raise your hand, that would be great. I mean, use the Zoom function if you can. Representative Newman, how about if you start?
All right, I'm Dan Newman, House District 76, represent Belgrade, Rome, Mount Vernon, Fayette, Vienna, and Wayne.
Thank you. Representative Costain?
Good morning, Dan Costain, House District 100, which is part of Etna, Dixmont, Newport, Plymouth, and Corona.
Thank you. Senator Searway?
Yeah. Good morning. I'm Senator Scott Searway and represent District 16, Waterville, Winslow, Benton, Fairfield, Clinton, and Unity Township and Albion.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Lookner?
Hey, Grayson Lookner. I represent Portland, neighborhoods at around Fort River and the airport.
Thank you. Representative Pluker?
Hi, I'm Bill Fluker. I represent Warren, Hope, Appleton, and East Union and House District 95. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. How about Representative Morales with the broken keyboard? Okay, so Representative Morales, I'm sure will be with us momentarily. That's everybody that I see. And then also Deb Fay is with us. She is our committee clerk, and our analyst Jane Orbiden.
Can I just shortcut, Deb, can you send a link to Senator Lawrence? He's
great, thank you. Okay, great. All right, I think that's everyone. Jane, today we are continuing our orientation, so I'll hand it over to you to introduce the first folks that are with us this morning.
Thank you. The first presentations that you have are the Batterer Intervention Report, and there are a number of people here, I think. We have Andrea Mancuso, Francine Stark, Karen Wyman, Commissioner Liberty, Tessa Mosier, Anna Black. Is there anybody I missed who's here on the Batterer Intervention Report? Okay, take it away.
Thank you. Who's starting this morning?
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Good morning.
Good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warner, and members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. It's always a pleasure to be here before you, especially with an important topic that we're talking about today, domestic violence, and how we can best address that. I'm pleased to be speaking with you today alongside Tessa Mosier, who oversees the Department of Corrections Office of Victim Services, does a fantastic job, and she'll share a bunch of information for you, and I think you'll be pleased at her operation. We're also joined today with Karen Wyman, Francis Garland Stark, and as we indicated earlier, Andrea Mancuso, and they're all from the Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence. As I mentioned to you before, I've been in law enforcement and corrections for 38 years, and I've seen the devastating impact of crime on victims. As a patrolman, I've investigated hundreds of domestic violence cases, as has Representative Costain, Senator Searway, and others. And all of us are very concerned. We don't want to forget Representative Pickett. He's been engaged in those scenes also, advocating and caring for the domestic violence victims. I've treated the injured and arrested many of these offenders, and I've seen firsthand the fear in the eyes of many of these victims. I too have witnessed domestic violence. My first memories as a child were of my father domestically abusing my mother, and I know the helplessness that a family member can feel not having any ability to control that situation. And so I feel that when we talk about domestic violence, it impacts many generations. It impacts the grandparents and the children and the spouses that are being abused. And I know that firsthand, and this is very important to me. I've seen it on the street. I've seen it personally, and that's why I'm very pleased to be here to assist in any way I can. The trauma of crime impacts multiple generations in our families, and I want to be able to be one of the solutions to be able to resolve some of that. I think that the goals that we can all agree on are, to stop the abuse and understand that it won't be tolerated, to make sure victims are safe and will be free from abuse, and to hold those that abuse meaningfully accountable. Since the DOC expanded our ongoing partnership with the Coalition to End Domestic Violence in 2019, a highly collaborative solution-based partnership has developed. We've very much enjoyed the work that we've done with this organization. You'll hear today from Tessa, Karen, and others, the shared commitment that we have to end domestic violence through the Certified Batterers Intervention Program, and that it's working very well. The money that the legislature appropriated was money well spent by the taxpayers. If you're looking for true criminal justice reform and you want to reduce recidivism and you want to protect current victims of crime, this is the area to support. And I certainly encourage you to do that. The Maine Department of Corrections enthusiastically supports this report that you'll be hearing about, supports the work and the mission of Karen, Andrea, and Francine, and those working alongside their coalition. As I go through the report, I hope you'll feel compelled on behalf of the past, present, and future of victims of domestic violence to agree that this work is very worthwhile. I'll now pass the torch off to Tessa Mosier, again, the director. Tessa?
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioner. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I'm Tessa Mosier, and I'm the director of the MDOC Office of Victim Services. According to statute, the MDOC is the lead agency responsible for implementation of the Certified Batterers Intervention Programs, also known as BIP or CBIP. Public Law 2017, Chapter 431, has been imperative to the success of the Batterers Intervention Program. This increased collaboration, the funding for indigent participants, the training, and the additional assistance provided by the Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence has confirmed the steadfast commitment to ending domestic violence through this educational programming. We are thankful for the leadership provided by Francine Stark, Executive Director of the Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence, in her commitment and collaboration. Over the years, through the Domestic and Sexual Abuse Commission, and as acknowledged by the legislature, it has been demonstrated that the Batterers Intervention Programs, which is educational in nature, is the most effective way to address domestic violence. Most importantly, the victim's voice, gathered through the victim survey in the MCEDV report, noted most survivors experienced a greater level of safety after an offender attended BIP. As the Director of Victim Services, it pleases me to see this, and I know that the victim's voice is heard. The collaboration among stakeholders is one essential component to this work and contributes to the success of BIPS. Without the recent legislative funding for the contract with MCEDV, the massive strides we have made as a state to end domestic violence would not have been realized. This funding has been imperative to the success of BIPS and helps to continue build the infrastructure of the statewide coordinated community response to end domestic violence in Maine. As a result of the legislative authority and granted funding, the DOC has increased collaboration with MCEDV, and to present you with the MCEDV report before you called Initial Findings on the Effectiveness of Maine Certified Batterers Intervention Programs. Before I turn it over to MCEDV's Karen Wyman, the author of the report, I'm going to provide you with a brief timeline of previous findings as a foundation to where BIPS are today. So in 1998, it was the date of the first Batterers Intervention Program standards that were effective in April 29th of 1998, according to the BIP standards. In 2002, the 120th legislative session of the Maine State Legislature required the Department of Corrections, through the Office of Victim Services, to report annually to the legislature on BIPS in Maine. In 2004, the DOC started tracking data regarding those serving a term of probation that had a domestic violence offense. These conditions included anger management, psychological counseling or domestic abuse counseling, and attending certified batterers intervention programs. In 2012, through the annual Batterers Intervention Program report, it was recognized that the current standards do not allow for a batterers intervention program for women. The low numbers of women using violence in an intimate relationship made it problematic for establishing statewide certified batterer intervention programs for women. In 2013, a decision made by the Maine Supreme Judicial Court addresses concerns about equal protection issues with a lack of BIPS for women convicted of domestic violence. In response to the court, the governor's office and the Department of Corrections, along with the program subcommittee of the Maine Domestic and Sexual Abuse Commission, proposed a revision of the BIP standards to reflect gender neutrality. These standards were approved in August of 2013. In 2014, there were 3 certified BIPs for women, and the BIP annual report noted nearly 3/4 of male offenders were ordered to attend other types of counseling rather than batterers intervention programs. In 2015, less than half of the male clients were ordered to attend BIP. Standards Review Committee began every other month, and LD 150, the resolve required the Maine Domestic and Sexual Abuse Commission to review pre-trial and post-conviction use of BIPs. 2016, LD 150 report included recommendations regarding program approach and best practice for improving program outcomes. The report notes anger management does not focus on changing the underlying beliefs and values that frames batterers' justifications for their anger, lacks evidence of effectiveness, and can increase danger to victims. BIPs work best while working as part of a coordinated community response that includes law enforcement, probation and parole, courts, Department of Health and Human Services, and victim service providers working together. 2017, LD 814, Chapter 105 recognizes domestic violence as a serious crime against the individual in society and to recognize BIP as the most appropriate and effective community intervention in cases involving domestic violence. It further added a new provision to require a court to provide justification when participation in a BIP is not ordered as a condition of probation and sentencing for a person committing domestic violence. In 2018, Significant Standards Review Domestic and Sexual Abuse Commission, meeting every other month since 2015, MCEDV and other stakeholders implemented a new rule. Public Law 2017, Chapter 431 passed. An act provided funding for offenders who lack the financial means to pay the participant fees for BIPs, the costs of training personnel, and costs associated with personnel attending court-related meetings, observations of the BIPs compiling data for information assessment of BIP effectiveness, and compiling a report to the legislature. The DOC and the MCDV have a contractual agreement outlining the anticipated actions to realize those funds. In 2019, the annual report noted 69% of male probationers with domestic violence convictions have a condition of probation to attend BIP. 2020, as a result of the pandemic, in-person groups BIPs has stopped. The DOC, in consultation with the Domestic and Sexual Abuse Commission with the support from MCDV, submitted a rulemaking proposal to amend the rule to add a provision designed to help the BIPs deliver the BIP classes safely during this pandemic. The rule change supports allowing BIPs to have alternative options for programming other than the in-person group format. We have come a long way, but there is so much work to be done. I am pleased to be able to turn it over to Karen Wyman, who has been an absolute pleasure to work with over the last few years. If anyone has any questions, I will be available after the MCEDV presentation. At this time, I will turn it over to Karen Wyman, the MCEDV, to present her report. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the committee. I'm going to take a moment to get my screen shared. And are you seeing the lovely fern image? Excellent. I see a thumbs up. That's always helpful. Thank you so much, Tessa and Commissioner Liberty, for your introductions and setting the context for this work and for your ongoing partnership. And I can concur about what a fruitful and genuinely collaborative and reciprocal relationship it has been. I'm Karen Wyman, and I'm the Violence Prevention and Intervention Coordinator at the Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence. And I'm really excited to be here with you today to share our report on the initial findings on the effectiveness of Maine CBIPs that came about due to the support of this committee. Tessa and Commissioner Liberty have provided helpful context about the legislative background of this work, so I'll try not to repeat what they've already said. I do want to point out some of the specific work that this funding has allowed to happen. MCEDV has convened regular meetings of the statewide CBIP network that have included CBIP staff, victim advocates who monitor the CBIPs, the Wabanaki Women's Coalition, the Department of Corrections, and other community partners. And this has been particularly important in responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. This statewide coordination has allowed for a response that kept priorities straight in a time of heightened risk to victims and compromised ability to use our standard accountability strategies. We've seen CBIPs come together to think through and solve problems, to build collegial relationships and learn together, all of which has meant improved quality and consistency of service statewide. Information has flown more freely between the Department of Corrections, the Coalition, the CBIPs, and the domestic violence centers with whom they work. And most importantly, CBIPs have had the support they need to keep victim safety and offender accountability at the forefront of their work. At the Coalition, we've also been able to provide ongoing technical assistance and training as needed. CBIPs are often working in relative isolation from one another, and having a central place to bring questions and make connections has been incredibly valuable. We've conducted site visits and class observations at all of Maine's intervention programs, which, sorry, got a little mouse happy there, which has allowed us to build our understanding of the work that's happening statewide and really have a clear picture of that. We've also coordinated annual foundational and advanced trainings with national experts so that CBIP staff can maintain the training requirements that are required through certification standards. And we've made those trainings available to the programs at no cost. We've also created a process for the administration of the partial fee reimbursement for indigent participants that minimized the administrative burden on CBIPs, helped stabilize their funding, and increased equitable access to their programs. And we've worked with our member programs to survey survivors whose partners were referred to CBIP about the impact that CBIP participation had on their lives. In our report, you will find a bunch of information, and I know that your days are very full and that there are many issues calling for your attention, but I hope you will find some time to spend with this report. There's a lot of valuable information in there that can provide insight about the ways in which our systems work and don't work. And perhaps most importantly, you'll hear the voices of survivors who are impacted by this work. You'll find a summary of the legislative charge that brought this work and report into being, an overview of Maine's intervention landscape, key accomplishments, our recommendations for next steps that have informed our legislative efforts for this session. And in one of the appendix documents, you'll find a listing by county of what's happening to create a coordinated community response in each area of the state, which can be a really informative piece of information to have in each of your areas. Currently there are, and many of you may already know this about Maine's intervention programs, but just in case, quick overview, there are 9 CBIPs for male offenders and they serve all 16 counties. There are 7 for female offenders that serve 14 counties. All programs are currently providing classes via video conferencing. And during the course of this work, we've had 2 programs newly certified, a men's program in Washington County. Washington County was previously completely unserved by a CBIP program, and a new women's program in Hancock County. Let's see. Classes are 90 minutes a week for 48 weeks, and they must have between 3 and 15 participants to run. And importantly, CBIPs are only effective when they're part of a coordinated community response. This work cannot be done safely without community partners, probation officers, law enforcement, healthcare, social services, education, victim advocacy organizations, and we'll talk more about the importance of that collaborative effort throughout the morning. And before we go deeper into the work of intervention, I want to point out what a remarkable opportunity CBIP is for the participants that are referred to it. For what other violent crime is an offender offered the opportunity to spend a year of weekly classes examining, and we hope changing, the beliefs that led to the commission of that crime? This is how change happens. And it is also helpful to consider that CBIP functions in several ways. Of course, we hope that it will lead to that behavior change that will keep victims, children, and our community safer. It also provides an important opportunity to connect victims with services and support that may be helpful to them. And it provides those victims with essential and illuminating information about their partner's willingness to change or lack of willingness to change that can help them make safer decisions for themselves and their families. One of the questions we always get is, but do they work? And this quote from a CBIP director sums up the challenge of assessing the success of these programs and ties it back to the importance of an effective coordinated community response. The difficulties in assessing success are challenging. Can we count it as a completed success if they are never again arrested for domestic violence? Or does that just mean there were no future arrests because they became smarter about how they batter? Or were there no future arrests because their victim grew weary of reporting the abuse and carrying the burden of having to testify in court against the abuser, who in a complex way was both a loving partner and an abuser? The truth of the effectiveness of CBIP is in its relationship to the coordinated community response. to domestic violence. And so it's important that we understand what we're talking about when we talk about this coordinated community response, or CCR. And we mean those periodic meetings of stakeholders that come together as task forces and high-risk response teams. But that's not all we mean. We also mean the way in which our work and our communities are organized to send the clear and consistent message that domestic abuse is unacceptable, that victims deserve safety, autonomy, and freedom, and that those who abuse should be held accountable for the harm they've done. CBIPs have to be embedded in this framework to be safe and accessible, and the standards require it. And so hopefully you'll keep that in mind throughout this presentation of how we are all part of this statewide coordinated community response to keep us all collectively safer. There is a complicated connection between the fees that are charged by CBIP programs, the safety of victims, and completion rates. So bear with me on this point. Historically and currently, CBIPs have been prohibited from seeking funding that would compete with victim services. They rely almost entirely on participant fees. And the funding for reimbursement of reduced fees is the first of its kind, and it's helping in several ways. Because CBIP staff face a conundrum. They know that victims are safest and their programs are most effective when participants complete. So they want fees to be affordable so that completion is possible. But they must also cover the expenses of running their certified programs. CBIP staff want offenders held accountable for their behaviors, including non-payment of fees, but they do not want someone to suffer criminal consequences just because they are poor. This funding helps alleviate some of this precarious balance between ensuring victim safety, meeting the fiscal needs of the program, and increasing the equity of our systemic response to offenders. Importantly, it helps ensure that people are being held accountable for their crimes, not for their lack of resources. One advocate relayed this response from a survivor in the survey this fall. CBIP has been a good program for him. He's been good at identifying and analyzing what he's doing in relation to what he's learning about his behavior at class. This was a positive experience for him and for them as a family. The financial burden of the class has been a strain on both their resources and would be very effective if assistance was provided or costs were lower. When we set up this program, we set eligibility for reduced fees at 138% of the federal poverty level to align it with eligibility requirements for many safety net programs, which allowed a reduced administrative burden on the CBIP staff. We estimated that there would be a need of $25,000 per quarter statewide. The actual need has been close to double that amount. What we have found is that a significantly higher proportion of CBIP participants are indigent or low income as compared to the poverty level of the population at large in the respective geographical area. This was true for every county. So statewide, roughly a third of CBIP participants are eligible for reduced fees. In some areas of the state, it's dramatically higher and around 50%. In one women's program, the eligibility rate is close to 80%. As we've talked about, it's hard to measure the impact of CBIP because participants are not always reliable narrators about their own behaviors, and the CBIP staff have only the 90 minutes of class each week to assess their behavior and their changes. So we need to listen to survivors. And we worked with the DVRCs who are partnered with Maine CBIPs to survey victims whose partners had been referred to CBIP. Our efforts were compromised a bit by COVID, but despite that, all of the domestic violence resource centers participated, and we heard from 42 survivors. We gained valuable information about the impact of CBIP on their lives, a chance to test this survey tool, and gained insight about how our systems both succeed and fail victims of domestic abuse. One thing that came through loud and clear is that completion is safest for survivors. This is not new information. It confirms existing research that informed the legislation that brought about this funding here in Maine, that CBIP is safest and most effective when participants complete the full program. We'll look at some specific results of the survey, but a key takeaway is that when CBIP participants did not finish, survivors reported no improvements in their safety, none. Survivors are clearly aware of this connection when we hear survey responses like this one. There should be a way to warn people if he doesn't do CBIP. And I had no idea he wasn't doing well in the classes and not attending. I just feel like that made things more dangerous for me and my children. The good news is that overall, since attending CBIP, survivors expressed a greater feeling of safety. The numbers of survivors who felt not at all safe went down, while those expressing some degree of safety went up, and that's exactly what we hope to see. An interesting note was that CBIP was only rated as very effective by survivors whose partners completed or were still attending. And survivors whose partners dropped out or were expelled rated CBIP as not at all effective without exception, again underscoring the vital importance of attendance and completion. To better understand what safety means more fully, we looked at measures of success identified in the Project Mirrorball study, a 4-year longitudinal study from the UK. And we didn't have the capacity to administer the full questionnaire, but we did ask about the areas of life identified in that study. Because survivors want the physical violence to end, but they want more than that. They want respectful communication. They want expanded space for action, the freedom to move through the world in the ways they want and need. They want the physical abuse to stop. They want the person who abused them to take responsibility for their actions and the impact of those actions. That's the awareness of self and other measures. If they have children, they want a safe and healthy childhood for those kids and the ability to share parenting responsibilities safely. And we asked survivors about each of these areas of life and whether they got better, worse, or stayed the same since their partner attended CBIP. We looked at their answers based on attendance status. And results were mixed for those who attended or completed, which stands to reason when we consider the many factors that contribute to lasting behavior change. But for CBIP participants who did not finish, whether it was because they dropped out or were expelled, survivors reported no improvement in any areas. Survivors shared that multiple factors listed here influenced their partner's changed behavior, and that factors existing in combination created a stronger likelihood of sustained change. And this quote from a survivor illustrates that well. He's a different person today than he was when he assaulted me and got arrested. The violence intervention program, his stopping using drugs and alcohol and attending church have made him into a better man and husband. I knew when he stopped using that things would get better, but every night he came back from class, he just seemed energized. Really promising information about how those factors can work in combination to motivate change. We also wanted to understand criminal recidivism and the impact of CBIP on that. So we asked about arrest since attending CBIP. And just under half of the survivors surveyed reported arrests since attendance at CBIP. And when we look at the numbers of completers and current participants versus non-completers, the data supports the idea that victims are safer when attending or having completed. When we look at the DV arrests particularly, we see that over half of those are by non-completers. This does not tell us whether the abusive tactics being used shift to non-criminal strategies when there is this greater intervention and supervision. And we know that criminal recidivism is just one of the ways in which continued abuse may appear. It's important to remember that not all forms of abuse that a person uses are illegal. And we know that CBIPs are most effective when operating as part of a CCR. And so it's essential that we look at how the members of that coordinated effort impact survivors. The good news is that overall, survivors who participated in the survey tended to find helpful and effective assistance when they reached out. The bad news is that we didn't talk to all survivors, and some survivors did not find the help they need and instead found the resources intended to be helpful compounded the harm. To summarize the findings in this survey, survivors need accurate information and clear lines of communication to plan for safety. We must find ways to provide survivors with the information that affects their lives. As one said, I would have liked to be able to talk to his probation officer and his BIP teacher to tell them he wasn't doing what he was supposed to do. Survivors often found value in protection orders and probation. Survivors want meaningful accountability and consequences for non-compliance. One survivor said the program needs to be stricter. Minimizing and justification needs to be called out. If they fail to complete for any reason, it needs to result in some kind of legal accountability. And this underscores the fact that survivors intuitively know what the research shows, that they are safest when their partner is attending or completes the full program. And it also underscores the vital importance of swift and certain consequences for non-compliance and non-completion from the coordinated community response, which is a thing that survivors said they wanted without using those words. They talked a lot about wanting communication to and from the CBIP program, about compliance and attendance, about communication between and among community partners in the response to domestic abuse. And again, they want offenders held accountable, and they want their safety and autonomy assured to the greatest degree possible. They attributed changed behavior when it happened to a variety of sources. They noted that they need practical help that addresses their real needs, particularly in the areas of housing, legal assistance, and financial resources. Survivors who engaged with victim advocacy services found those services helpful and in some cases life-saving. So we want to encourage and provide more opportunities for those connections to be made. Survivors want their partners and former partners to get the help they need with ending their violence, but also with addressing other issues in their lives, particularly mental health issues and substance abuse issues. And survivors care about the harm done by the people who abuse, not only to themselves and to their children, but to other survivors. Many of them noted that they were witnessing continued abuse on subsequent partners by the people that they had been involved with, and were deeply concerned about that. So from this work, we've compiled a set of recommendations, and those are outlined in detail in our report, and they are connected to our two pieces of CBIP-related legislation that will be up for your consideration. The first is our funding bill, an act to ensure access to and availability of violence intervention services to reduce domestic violence in Maine, sponsored by Senator DeChambeau. And that really continues and expands the funding that has been present. And the other one is an act to implement recommendations from the report, and is anticipated to not have a fiscal impact, and that is sponsored by Representative Warren. And there are, the main purpose of that is to shift how we talk about these programs from batterer intervention programs to domestic violence intervention programs, shifting the focus from the person to their behavior, and doing a better job encompassing the full range of abusive actions that are included in the definition of domestic violence. And shifting how CBIPs are able to get the information they need about the cases that are being referred to them. Finally, we need to listen carefully to what survivors are saying. We need to hear what they need from us, the network of people and organizations who respond to them, formally and informally. They're saying they need systems and people within those systems who work together in a coordinated way to ensure their safety and the accountability of the person who harmed them. They also recognize that so much depends on the personal motivation of the offender, as this survivor's words show. He went all the time. He showed up. He was ready. Life was so different after that. He used to mention there were people there who weren't ready to change and that it wouldn't work for them. It made him a changed man. If you're not ready, you're not ready. So we need to improve our ability to motivate the offenders who are ready to make change, along with our ability to quickly respond to those who make their lack of readiness clear through non-compliance and continued harmful actions. Thank you. I will end this and we can shift to questions.
Thank you, Ms. Wyman. That was a lot of great information. And also Ms. Mosier. Questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Reckitt.
I have a couple of questions. One of them is just a procedural piece. I was glancing at the report that was done in December at the time you were talking, and the information you presented in your PowerPoint was not easily redeemable there. I don't even know if it was in it. So it would be helpful if you could send us a copy of your PowerPoint. I would appreciate that. But my substantive question has to do with the survivor surveys. And I noticed that there were really a low number of people of other than white people who were surveyed in the questions. And I know from my own interactions with monitoring BIPs in the past that Black people in particular in the urban area of Portland were often more referred to BIPs than white people were, comparatively speaking to the population. And I'm interested if that's still the situation or isn't, and if it is still the situation, what do you attribute the low numbers of Black, Indigenous, people of color in your survey pool?
Thank you for that question. I think that's something that commanded our attention as well. And I don't yet have a complete answer to that, but I think that underscores the importance of continuing to administer this survey over time so that we can begin to explore whether there are those racial disparities in ordering people to the programs, and if there are issues in engaging victims who are people of color with advocacy or organizations. So there are a couple of possibilities about where there might be problems, and this gives us just a beginning sense of what might be going on and some different questions to ask. Tessa, I don't know if you have racial demographics on the participants. I see you shaking your head no, that you don't have those stats.
That's not something that I have tracked previously with the Batterers Intervention Program annual report that we have submitted.
My other quick question is how many people are, and I probably just missed this or it flew by, and I was a little late coming in because of technical difficulties, but how many people are currently enrolled in BIPs statewide?
Tessa, do you have that from your annual data that Yeah, she's looking for it. I don't have that number off the top of my head. Between the two of us, we have pretty encyclopedic knowledge.
According to the 2020 Maine Batterers Intervention Program report, we had for male probationers, which was the data that we were able to track, we had 532 conditions for a total of 418 probationers, according to the data that was run at the end of 2020.
The
So
418
418,
that were attended.
yes.
Okay. Is there any, just quickly, is there any continued difficulty around issues like domestic violence offenders who are deaf or who don't speak English, or what's being done on that front at this point?
Thank you. That is a really important question, both around the ability of folks to access linguistically appropriate services and culturally appropriate services. And so I've reached out to the national network to get a sense of what's happening nationally and what's considered best practices around that. I've joined the subcommittee with the judiciary branch to look at language access to court-ordered services. And I will be meeting with culturally specific organizations who are interested in exploring what the solution could be to those things. That's one of the topics addressed in our recommendations. And it's something that we're really at the beginning stages of trying to figure out the appropriate response for, because as you can imagine, simply providing interpretive services to a mainstream CBIP program may not be effective for a person from a different cultural background and linguistic background. So we're really trying to figure out what the appropriate response is, and then figuring out how to pay for it, because those services are expensive.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Representative Pickett.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I just wanted to make a comment. That was a very well done presentation. I think it gave a lot of good information, I suppose, especially for those of us that have been out of law enforcement for a while, bringing us up to date on where we are right now. And I'm very, very happy to see that that the domestic problem is something that we have not only taken serious, but we continue to take serious and continue to look to find ways to help victims and also those batterers to get them back into the community and back with their families. And very good presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Up next, I have Senator DeChambeau and then Representative Morales.
Good morning. And I'm sorry I'm late. Had to do something else here. Thank you. I had my hand up only because, and then Tessa added more information. And that is, I heard you say, Karen, that 69% are on probation. And first thought I had was, I worry about the 31% who aren't. If probation was developed for any reason, domestic violence is, I always was apprehensive when someone left. So am I correct, Tessa, also that 69% is the 418, there are 418 prisoners with a domestic violence who are now on probation?
Yes, Senator DeChambeau, we have 418 male probationers that had a domestic violence conviction at the end of 2020. And of those 418 male probationers, 69% had batterers intervention program ordered as a condition of their probation.
Oh, that, okay. All right. I'll just give that some thought. Those were the most difficult feelings upon release, who would be successful or not. So thank you very much.
Representative Morales.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for this presentation. I agree with Representative Pickett. It's excellent. I may have missed it, but just wondering, and Karen, you had made the comment that it is, it's a robust program, and so it is costly. Did you say how much it costs for this program yearly, and where the funding comes from?
So the CBIPs are, well, I guess I'm curious whether you're asking about what the CBIPs budgets are or what our funding bill includes.
The CBIPs. So the 420 who attended, or 418 who attended, like to do the programming.
Yeah.
Do we fund it at the
question.
state? Is it privately funded? Like, how much is it? Yeah.
Each CBIP is its own organization, and they range in size from very small programs offering 1 to 3 classes a week to larger programs that offer 10 or 11 classes a week. So the budget sizes vary widely. For the most part, they are running fully on participant fees. This funding for the partial reimbursement of reduced fees for indigent participants is the first time there has been any state funding to support their operation. So these organizations are working on very shoestring budgets and doing really vital work. So this funding really is quite groundbreaking in their ability to sustain their operations.
I guess I had just misunderstood. I always thought that maybe that we perhaps as a state prioritize funding for programs like this. So, but I guess having tests involved in it, there's funding for victim services at the department. Do the DAs as well in their victim services? Do they participate in BIPs? CBIPs?
They can make referrals to the intervention programs, and then the intervention programs contract DV advocates at the domestic violence resource centers and pay for their services and time to monitor their independently run programs.
Okay, thank you so much.
Sure.
Any other questions?
I want to ask that last question from Representative Morales. Senator Lawrence, as a former DA, I thought that the victim services in the DA's office was paid for by the AG's office. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, the assistant district attorneys and the district attorneys are state employees. That's paid for by the state. The victim witness advocates and all the support staff is paid for by the county.
Okay.
And they don't serve, or they don't serve with the BIPs, but they certainly have a close relationship with the BIP programs. They're aware of them. They constantly work with victims to try to say, is this appropriate? Is this something we can get the person into, type of thing? And they advocate for it in prosecution as a remedy, but they don't serve on a BIP or anything like that.
I see Francine ready to speak. Good morning.
Good morning. I just wanted to summarize the question around the money. And just on it simply, prior to this legislation that passed, which included $100,000 a year for 2 years to partially reimburse qualifying participants' fees, there was zero funding statewide to support batterer intervention programs. Zero would be the number prior to this program. And part of that is because we spent decades resisting the idea that there should ever be any public funding that would support this, that 100% of the burden should be on the offender to pay for all of this. And what we learned in our first report was that that was an onus that went onto the victims, not onto the offender. And we really felt strongly that there should be an equity around the degree to which there is a benefit to family safety, that should be available regardless of the offender's ability to pay, and that it shouldn't cost the family. And we had no idea when we started how much this was going to cost and how much it would be. And so what we promised to all of you and the legislature 3 years ago was that we made our best guess, and we were going to come back as we are today and tell you really what it really seems to be costing. And really the cost is so modest compared to the potential gain. And I just wanted to also chime in to say that we recently had a substantial donor reach out to say, where are some of the greatest needs that have emerged from COVID? And while there have been plenty for survivors, and we have been meeting those in an array of ways, especially supported by generous donors, this donor wanted to be sure to pay attention to what we were doing around batterers intervention programs. And so we were able to make grants up to, I believe it was $38,000 to the programs. The very first such donated funds to go out to the batterer intervention programs so that they could buy some updated computers, pay for secure Zoom platforms and others, and also try to help address some of the barriers that the participants had in addition to fees to being able to meaningfully participate in this virtual environment. So we felt like that was an incredible statement of community support for the importance of attending to the quality of these programs and issues of access. And so that was, the other thing is that I appreciate that historically we have focused our attention on trying to fund victim services, which is critical, and it's on the line this year in the legislature as well. But we also need to be sure that we prioritize these community-based interventions, because even those people convicted of domestic violence crimes who go to jail or prison, they don't stay there for very long. They all get out eventually and they live in community. And so we have to invest in what we can do to make it safe for these individuals to live in community, and to really pay attention to this whole picture. So that would be my little summary, and my appreciation to this committee for being radical 3 years ago and saying, we're willing to put a little bit of money, and it was $150,000 a year, onto this bargain. And so we're really pleased to be able to come back to you and say, we did what you asked us to do. We're reporting back to say, this is what we found out. It's messy, but it's helpful, and we are ready to keep on trying if you're willing to keep partnering with us. So I just want to express my thanks to this committee, the chairs, and to the Department of Corrections for this partnership and this really important work.
Is Charlotte there, or am I picking up now?
She's just rejoining.
Okay. Charlotte, are you, I don't know, do you want me to take over, or are you all set?
I'm sorry, my computer just completely shut down. So I'm back now. I apologize. Okay. Yes, Senator, could you take over?
Yes. I see hands up. I'm not sure. These are the same people who spoke before. Do you still all want to speak? Okay. I will take Representative Grayson, followed by Senator Lawrence, and Lois, you wish to speak also? Okay. Representative, oh, did I say Grayson? Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is a common last name, so I don't blame you for confusing that. So my question, and I can imagine this will be kind of broad, but what efforts are there to intervene potentially before these matters escalate into full-on domestic violence cases that require these offenders to be incarcerated and to participate in these programs? And what are the predictive factors? And is there any way to intervene? Do these CBIPs have that sort of capacity? And because I can imagine, this issue is like so many other issues that we hear about where an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So does CBIPs have any of that capacity?
That prevention work is largely resting with the domestic violence resource centers and their prevention work, their community education and outreach efforts to really change the culture that we're all living in that allows abuse to continue. And you're absolutely right. If we can figure out how to solve that piece of the puzzle, we'll be in a much safer situation. The CBIPs, because of their budgetary restraints, really have had to limit their engagement to the intervention work that they do, though they are sitting at tables of coordinated community response teams around the state who are also thinking holistically about how do we intervene ahead of time so that this doesn't happen. And I wonder, Francine, if you'd like to speak at all to the work of the homicide review team and their efforts at understanding the places at which early intervention could help.
There's a great deal to be done around this issue. Representative Lookner, is a very good question. And there's been we've invested a lot on the kind of criminal justice end of these issues. One of the things that we see over and over on the homicide review panel is that there have been many other people in the lives of both the offender and the victim who were aware that issues were going on and didn't follow their own appropriate protocols or didn't know what to do. And so our healthcare community has a lot of work to do a better job early on in screening consistently and providing appropriate responses and referrals. Every behavioral health professionals have a great deal to do to, again, be appropriately screening and appropriately recognizing the potential lethality as well as risk in these kinds of cases. So, and our faith communities, every sector of our society has a job to do and opportunities in which to do it. And so the domestic violence resource centers, to the degree that we have the capacity to do that, are engaged with the community in those prevention efforts. And I think increasingly the Batterer Intervention Program educators are important partners in doing that kind of work. But again, resource restrictions are real. But it's a really important conversation and there's much more work to be done around it.
Where am I? Thank you. Will Senator Lawrence, please?
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau. And I was very excited by Francine's comments and very excited about this bill coming in. I do have a couple of informational requests when the bill comes in to see if you can provide. I'm glad you focused in on the cost problems, because for prosecutors, that's one of the greatest obstacles to get somebody to agree to a plea agreement that includes a BIP, is the cost they have to do. And that's both for indigent people and for other clients. And I just note that on adult drug court, we don't charge the clients to attend adult drug court. It's a rehabilitative program. It has success like BIP. BIP has success, but yet this is the one where we consider, we punish them by charging them a fee to attend. And I don't know if that's appropriate. So I'd be interested in what are the costs, both for the indigent and if you did all the costs, if you made BIP entirely free to all participants, what would that cost? The other difficulty I always saw with BIP programs and getting people to participate is the travel, especially in rural areas and I'm interested in what your success or some feedback from the BIP program, people who run the BIP programs, on how it has worked on Zoom, and how they consider it effective, and if that's potential for down the road after COVID to have participants who have difficulty with the transportation continuing to participate, and what we would have to do to make it possible for them to do that.
Those are great questions. I can tell you that the reduced fee brings the cost down to $10 per class. The average around the state is about $35, and some programs have a set fee, some programs have a sliding scale, but roughly $35 is the average. And so for participants who are getting that reduced fee, they pay $10 to the program, and then the program can request an additional $25 in reimbursement from these funds. But we can work on pulling together some of that information. And Senator Lawrence, I'm really excited to hear your enthusiasm for really focusing on the content of the classes rather than the punitive nature of the fees. I appreciate that a lot.
I just have a, sorry, Senator DeChambeau, is it okay to go ahead?
Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
I just have a question about the link with corrections. I'm thinking about the fact that I know that in times past, and I don't know whether it's true anymore, that there were some BIP programs being run inside the correctional facilities, or the jails at least. And my question is, because in my head, it's sort of like the MAT programs that are starting in jail and then continuing outside, same with healthcare sign up, those kinds of things. Is there any connection made inside the walls before people come out? That's probably a question, I don't know for who, for Commissioner Liberty perhaps, or
I
for.
think that's probably for Tessa or Commissioner
Tessa,
Liberty.
Yeah, there's so many people, I'm having trouble. Hi, Tessa, nice to see you again. But anyway, I'm like, it's hard to figure it out. I'm not the world's best senior.
I'll grab a piece of that. So to let you know that in 2019, we had 179 active participants in BIP programs in the facilities. And this year in 2020, we had 208. And that's all part of the case planning and transitional work that we do. And we do a nice warm handoff as they exit.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to know.
Representative Morales, you have a question?
Yes, just to follow up on that. So is that, Commissioner Liberty, is that outside of the 418 folks that are involved in the CBIPs that Karen was reporting on, that having
Correct.
208 folks involved in that?
That's correct. That's an additional 108.
And so on the inside, can you just talk about how does that then work with, so the DOC is funding that then, that's the inmates or residents are not paying for it then if they're on the inside, and then
That's
are
correct.
they collaborating with the CBIPs? How do they
Yes.
make that happen?
Yep. So I think that it's important to recognize that we provide the funding for that. And the programming that occurs in the facility should be viewed as educational and foundational programming that leads well into going into a certified batterers program.
I see. And does that include the funding for is there Zoom or however you connect folks to the programming?
That's all inclusive. Yes, we provide for all of it. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I don't see anyone having their hand up. So I guess this concludes this section on batterers intervention. For those new legislators that haven't had this, this is heavy duty kind of stuff. You've got victims and you've got perpetrators, and you balance those two. So again, thank you all. Great seeing you again, Tessa, and everybody else. So thank you, and we'll proceed.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Well, we're a little over 10 minutes. I will make us a little mindful when we ask questions of the time limit that we have. We can go over, but I'll be watching that. Gordon Smith likes to come and see us, I guess. Welcome. And this is the main opioid response strategic plan. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Smith and he can introduce the other people that are here, or else they're probably for the other session. So welcome, Mr. Smith.
Well, I think, and good morning, all of you. It's nice to see you again, following up on our discussion last week. I will introduce the other people with us because I think this one presentation is going to meld into the other because we do have recommendations regarding the adult drug courts in our strategic plan. So, and I'm happy to share my time as well. I had some time with you last week to orient you towards my position and how it comes that I'm doing this work and where I sit in the so-called GoPIF office and all those kind of things. And I think we have until 12:30 with the combined presentation. So I'll give you the highlights of the strategic plan, and then I'm certainly happy to introduce the four guests from the judicial branch and the evaluator, Helene Hornby, and yeah, I'm just happy to be back with you, and I appreciate very much the time. I don't have slides, partially because you were sent the plan, I believe, by Jane. I imagine you got it within the last 24 hours because we just finished it on Monday. And so you have a copy of it electronically. I can't imagine that any of you have had an opportunity to go through it, carefully. It's about 12 pages, but there's a lot there. So I'm going to take you through some of the highlights. I'll remind you of the process. The only thing I'm going to say personally, really following up on last week, is that I began this work 2 years ago tomorrow. And it was 2 days later on February 4th of 2019. And then the governor issued Executive Order 2, which was our first real set of activities 2 days later. And then in September, we issued a strategic plan. This is an update of that plan now 16 months later. And we needed to update the plan because of the increase in overdose fatalities, which we talked about last week. Also, just because we've learned a lot over the past 16 months. And finally, the pandemic. And we talked about the impact of the pandemic on this work. So I'm going to mostly highlight some of the new things. I'll remind you of the process really involved a group of people getting together in September who had done the original plan. That plan then being shared with the governor. We had law enforcement come in and meet with us. About 25 people from law enforcement came in November. I think actually that Ann Jordan, Richard Gordon might have joined us for that session as well as the September session. And then we spent the fall sharing our thoughts with people, trying to get input. We've certainly included people in recovery, affected family members. We talked about the need to do that. I'm pretty happy with the final product. It's certainly intended to be a living document. There isn't a day goes by, including this morning, somebody sent me edits and said, I hope it's not too late. I said, well, it is too late, but we will certainly consider your edits the next time that we open up the document, make any substantial changes. It starts out with an introduction and an acknowledgement that the pandemic has affected our work. And then we do set forth 10 accomplishments. And we really thought it was important to start the discussion with, well, what have we done so far? And what do we think's been successful? And where do we feel that we need to do more work? We need to do more work in all of the focused areas, but we are quite pleased with these 10 accomplishments, so to speak. And I'm not going to go through all of them individually. We really have done what we sought out to do in February of 2019. We've distributed tens of thousands of doses of naloxone, and they are really saving people every day. They're not saving enough, unfortunately. We've also recruited and trained hundreds of new recovery coaches. Really proud. I think the commissioner has left us, but the Department of Corrections and their MAT program has really been terrific. I think the sheriffs and the jails have tried. We've given them state money to pay for the drugs, pay for the medical providers. They all have a program of offering medication-assisted treatment to people to residents with a substance use disorder, but some of the programs are very small. And again, we've not been able, in my opinion, to really push as hard as we would have without the problem of the pandemic. But some of the jails have done quite well, and the prison is really unbelievable what they've accomplished in a year. They've treated 500 inmates, residents with medication-assisted treatment who have been now are out of the Department of Corrections. They may still be connected to them through probation. They've also got 200 people actively now on medication-assisted treatment. And they have announced a plan, 2 weeks ago, to offer it to every person within the custody of the Department of Corrections by the end of the year who has a diagnosis of substance use disorder. To my knowledge, in the country, probably only Rhode Island has reached that standard, and they've gone beyond it because they're able in Rhode Island because it's a unified system. They don't have county jails and a state prison system. They have one system. And so they offer all 3 types of medication-assisted treatment, and mostly we're offering Suboxone. Just again, wrapping up on the accomplishments, we have a lot more treatment available. We track the scripts in the prescription monitoring program and in main care, and over from between 2018 and 2020, the end of 2020, we increased prescribing of medication treatment, not including methadone, by 43%. There are a lot more waivered providers. We've increased recovery residences. We've increased the number of residences that will take a person on medication. We've tried to get into those counties. When I started, there were 9 counties that had no recovery residents. And now we've been able to open recovery residences in Aroostook, Washington, Northern Penobscot, Somerset, and those efforts will continue. We've increased the syringe service provider sites despite the pandemic and the challenges of that. And those sites are incredibly important to our options program that I discussed last week. It really is one of the 3 significant things we're doing to respond to the overdose and fatalities. And then the prevention, I wish we could spend the whole day talking about primary and secondary prevention, but I'm really happy with what the Department of Education has done. I want to recognize Senator Searway because Scott sat on our prevention task force that met all through 2019. The years rolling together, but yeah, I think we kind of wrapped up early 2020. And we brought educators, and Scott had been a longtime DARE instructor, and we're not going to get out of this without working really hard to make sure that our 9, 10, 11, 12, 13-year-olds have a healthy alternatives to experimenting with substances. So the Department of Education ended up using some COVID relief money, I think, and bought this program that's got 430 modules on social emotional learning, and from grades K through 12. And already it's been accessed over 12,000 times, and hundreds of teachers have been trained in it. And it's free to all 700 schools in the state. And that was the key. There are other schools that do have some of the standard curriculums that are excellent: Prime for Life, Second Steps, Sources of Strength. And but they tend to be schools that can afford the materials and afford that curriculum. So Commissioner Macon made a strong commitment that she wanted something that was free and available to every school, and they've done that. And then finally, I wanted to acknowledge the work of the drug courts, and they were headed towards, I think, a very successful period of time. They increased the individuals served by the courts. And when I talk about the drug courts, I'm going to be referring simultaneously to the adult drug courts, co-occurring court, and the veterans courts, which we're all excited about renaming the treatment and recovery courts as soon as we can make those changes. So they had an increase of 11.3%, as Helene will tell you in the evaluation for 2019. And then we had this little problem of the virus and access to the courts and all that associated with that. There was quite a significant decrease in the number of individuals in 2020 served by the courts, and we understand that. But I think as we hopefully come out the other side of the pandemic, I would see that the drug courts would continue, I think, to be a really important alternative to incarceration. I'm not the expert. I do now attend meetings of the steering committee. I think we have one tomorrow. It's really, I've learned a lot, but you've got 3 real experts and plus the evaluator with you, so I won't talk more about them. The highlights of the report really, again, are focused, of the plan, are focused around the areas of leadership, prevention, treatment, harm reduction, and recovery support. We don't have in this plan how the resources were divided between those. I happen to have that with me. And we were trying to achieve a division of resources that would have been 13% for harm reduction and overdose rescue, 20% into prevention, 25% into recovery support, 32% into treatment, and 10% into leadership. Those categories can absolutely merge into one another. We've not done that analysis with this new plan, and we need to. The next 2 or 3 things we'll really be doing with the plan is, number one, prioritizing. We're not going to prioritize all 300 or 400 activities, but we ought to be prioritizing 2 or 3 things in each of the categories that perhaps need more resources, because we do anticipate more resources from the federal government, for instance. And so we want to know if somebody gave us $1 million, where can we put that right now to do the most good? I like to talk about the shared values, because it does overlay the entire 33 strategies that we deal with. Reducing stigma, building resilience in individuals, improving our data collection analysis, timely communication, and I'll come back to that in a second, building and maintaining a robust infrastructure that's capable of supporting the priority activities. If we don't have government and the offices working together and aligning their opioid response work with one another, then a lot of the resources are wasted, in my opinion. And then we also look for every available dime. We don't have a lot of money wrapped up in the biennial budget. To be honest with you, we've asked for $2 million to promote the service locator and some to the options program, but that's $1 million a year. But you have to remember that between SAMHSA and HRSA, there's a lot of federal money involved. The substance use disorder block grant, the opioid, what we call now STIMSOR, which is we can now work on stimulants as well as opioids, which is certainly important. So just quickly highlighting something out of each perhaps section. In the leadership section, strategies 2, 3, and 4 are all new. One deals with workforce issues. When I used to be able to travel through rural Maine, the first thing that I heard was problems with transportation, that we had services available, but people couldn't get there. Now what I hear, because we have been quite successful in moving so many things to remote access, what I hear now is workforce, that our treatment agencies, our recovery support people, they can't hire enough counselors. We've got one of our 16 counties in the options program that hasn't successfully recruited the behavioral health specialists yet to even start their orientation. So workforce of all types. I mean, we need more prescribers, but we need more counselors, need more people working in this field of all types. We also are putting more into working with local communities, community engagement. We're working very closely with Maine CDC and the prevention, this 20 special prevention coalition, so to speak, that we're kind of the Healthy Maine partnerships in the prior structure, and they work on primary prevention, but they do it with very, very few resources. And if our options program, which I'll kind of close with, is going to be successful, that one behavioral health specialist in each county isn't going to be able to save many lives in and of themselves. But if they can partner with the local syringe program, which is obviously in contact with people using drugs, if they can have a robust recovery center in those communities, if they can work with a community coalition, treatment providers, law enforcement, EMS, town government, schools, it takes a village, it takes a community. If we're really going to save lives, it takes all of that. So I really want to put more money into recovery centers. I think that every coalition that wants to have a drop-in center where people can go and believe and understand that they won't be stigmatized, they'll be welcomed. That could be the one connection that person in early recovery has that keeps them in recovery. And then finally, on leadership, I want to give Dr. Pollard, the director of the Office of Behavioral Health, credit with this, that we do a lot in stigma reduction, a lot of education, and it's a huge issue. But as she says, it's not enough to just educate a community or a group of law enforcement officials or treatment providers, pharmacists in stigma reduction. We have to start measuring changes in behavior. We're not just educating. We expect people to change their behavior based upon that education. And I give Dr. Powell a lot of credit for stressing that. So really, I'm not going to talk forever. Prevention, we have some new strategies, but the most important thing I think happening there is that we've really broken down the silos between some of the offices within HHS. And now 2 or 3 times a week, we have the prevention people meeting with the Office of Behavioral Health and aligning our work. Strategy 11, by the way, with respect to the prevention activities, acknowledges the COVID response and how we have to adapt all of our prevention strategies to deal with that, meaning that we have to move a lot of our services to remote learning and otherwise deal with that. Moving on to harm reduction, which in the original plan we called overdose response. We are putting more into that because of the overdose thing, the increase in fatalities, and I'll close with the 3 things we're doing specifically with respect to that. But we're still putting a lot of money into buying naloxone, buying Narcan, because that's usually what the public and law enforcement people are comfortable using, and family members. The intranasal naloxone, it's not inexpensive. We're able to buy it about half the price of a retail, but that's $75 for a 2-dose kit. And now, because of the lethality of the drugs being used, it can take 2 to 3 kits to bring back one person sometimes. So lots of naloxone out there, and we need it. Actually, strategy 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21 are all new and deal with various aspects of engaging people who are using drugs and the recovery community in harm reduction strategies. And that's the media portion of our options program, talking about the Good Samaritan law, encouraging people to call 911, encouraging people not to use drugs alone. And if we're going to keep people alive, we have to keep hammering those messages. You perhaps have seen some of our TV ads, particularly the very effective one with the Yankowskis, talking about the importance of calling 911. Moving on to treatment, there's a lot more in this plan about substance-affected infants, the Main Care Mom Grant, which is a substantial amount of money from CMS, and we'll start enrolling the first pregnant women in that program that's intended to integrate services for these individuals on July 1st. So it's been in a planning phase. The number of substance-exposed infants is coming down, but we're still trying to do a better job of collecting accurate data from each of the 23 birthing hospitals before we put out that data. Going on to recovery support. Again, it's a thing we've done probably that I feel like it's been effective. We have real things we can show, more recovery coaches actually coaching people in recovery, more recovery residents that we've talked about, recovery-friendly campuses, recovery-friendly employers. We have that large $6.2 million federal grant to help 700 individuals who have been impacted by opioid addiction, help them get jobs and training and be employed. And so far, I get figures on that like every week, but I think out of the goal of helping 700 people, so far they've helped like 158. I mean, I think given the challenges of COVID, they've done a pretty good job with that. So I think I'm going to just close right there with and make the following comments on the overdose fatalities and the options program. The decision of the Attorney General's office to more frequently and more timely release the data associated with those deaths. and talk about I'll note that our third initiative is really tied up in the bill to allow us to have access to the chief medical examiner's office to have an overdose review panel, look at that data with our researchers at the University of Maine. And that bill would have passed, in my opinion, last session, and it was being worked on, and then they went home. So by the middle of February, and I realize that's very soon, I believe the plan is still solid. I met recently with the Attorney General and our researchers that we're going to start releasing the overdose fatality data and what data we have for non-fatal overdoses every month. We could do it every week, but previously we've been doing it like every quarter, several months after the quarter closes, and then a half-year report, and then an annual report. So it doesn't really engage the public in this. And we talked last week about the fact that, yes, we acknowledge we're under more pressure to do that because of the terrific job that my colleague, Dr. Shah, does every daily briefing and acknowledging all the COVID deaths. And I told you last week, too, that for a while it looked like, we were going to have more overdose fatalities than COVID. And fact is now COVID's overtaken the overdoses, but either way, they are public health emergencies that need to be dealt with adequately. It's pretty much known because of the third quarter report how many deaths we had last year. So because of this spike, and that was roughly, we're roughly seeing at least 10 deaths a week. And I had hoped that in the new year, we would somehow, be through the holidays, the vaccines coming along. I mean, I hope that it would be a better time for people. Our recovery centers are slowly opening up again. More services are available, and that we would see an improvement. And frankly, we haven't. In fact, it's worse than ever. So again, but now we do have our options program out there in the field. So in every county, we are going to have very soon behavioral health specialists linking up with syringe exchange programs and reaching out to people who have survived an overdose or who are otherwise identified as using drugs, and reaching out to them and leading them to a path to recovery if they're ready and willing, or giving them more extensive harm reduction strategies to help keep them alive. So the options program has that on the ground, and then also has the media campaign to go along with it. The second initiative, as I say, is the Attorney General working with all of us to release those figures, and also talk about every month, perhaps highlight an initiative every month about how we're trying to improve that situation. And then, as I say, we have an emergency preamble on the fatality review panel if we get support for it. Last year, it was considered in the Judiciary Committee. I assume that's where we'll go this year. It's not been printed yet, but it's the same bill that we submitted last year. So again, we're proud of what we've done. I do believe that if we didn't have all the naloxone out there and all the initiatives that we've put into play, that even more people, we'd be losing even more people. But our ability to affect this is quite limited because of how lethal the drugs are and because of people using alone. And also being fearful of calling 911, partly because of COVID, partly because of the distrust of the police. If you saw any of the reports last night on the situation in Standish and rural Cumberland County, 6 fatalities in a short period of time, I thought Sheriff Joyce really said it very well in the 2 interviews that I saw, that as hard as they work at this, we really haven't been able to affect the supply very much. So you can't pick up the paper without finding, that a person's been stopped and a large amount of drugs were seized and guns and money, but there's somebody right behind them, and as long as there's a profit associated with it. I mean, we have 50 years, let's be honest, we've had 50 years of experience. Scott's nodding his head because he and I have lived through a lot of those 50 years to show that, no, we're not going to be able to get out of this by interdiction and just stopping the drugs from coming into Maine. They mail crystal meth now. The biggest drug dealers now, no, let me rephrase it. Though I heard this phrase the other day and I said, well, that's pretty effective, that the largest drug distributors in Maine now are UPS, FedEx, and the United States Postal Service. They mail crystal meth directly to your home. So again, we got to, all these things need to work: prevention, harm reduction, supporting people in recovery, and having treatment available for people when they're ready. And I'll leave it right there. You can ask questions, or we can go right on to talk about the drug courts and their role. We have a number of references in the strategic plan to how important the drug courts are. There's a series of recommendations that I'd like to help them find resources for, particularly to get a drug court into the 2 judicial regions that there are none. So unless somebody else is prepared to do it, Ann Jordan's here with us, Richard Gordon, who runs the specialty courts, and Elizabeth Simone with the help me, Elizabeth, the pre-entry.
Pre-trial services. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Pre-trial services. And then we have the incomparable, really, Helene Hornby, who did the evaluation for BCG, lasted at least a year. It's 108 pages, as I recall. I've read every page. It is a terrific evaluation of these courts. So I call it to your attention, and I don't know who's going to start from this. This is clearly the A team that we have. So I'll turn it over to the 4 of you because you probably have a format.
We have.
Thank you, Mr. Yes.
And I was going to ask that question about law enforcement, and I'm not talking about the individual who is using. We've non-criminalized that, but in light of what happened over the weekend in Naples and Standish about the drugs coming in, and I should have known all of this when we had Mr. McKinney here from MDA. So there's a lot of questions to be asked. I'll turn it over to Representative Morales has a question.
Sure.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much, Gordon. I want to go back to earlier in your presentation. You said a lot of things in your presentation, but going back to the cost of our MAT treatment and acknowledging that, I'm wondering if we've broken down how much that costs for residents of our prisons and jails when Medicaid doesn't pay for that. So as the state, we privately pay for the cost of that. And I'm guessing that it's more of an expense on the citizens of Maine to pay for that while folks are residents of our jails and our prisons, versus how much does it cost on the outside when folks are signed up for Medicaid? And you may not have that answer, I'm guessing, today, right now, but I'd like to know that. I'll just leave that there.
Between Ryan Flannel and Commissioner Liberty and myself and the Office of Behavioral Health, which funds those through federal grants right now primarily, we do have those numbers, and we do try to reserve the state's supply, so to speak, for people who otherwise would have no ability to have it. Insurance will pay for it. you don't need a prescription any longer, and Main Care will pay for it.
Right.
So we try to
exactly.
get the prescribers, if they're still prescribing high doses of opioids. Now, again, we've reduced that by 50%, but there are still people who prescribe over the limit using an exception, and we encourage them to co-prescribe naloxone so that it's paid for by Main Care or whoever the insurer is. But many times,
And you're talking about when folks are on the outside, not inside the prisons, right? Because inside the prisons, folks cannot receive Main Care.
Right, and that's
Right.
all that's all our state supplied naloxone, and that's done through, again, it is taxpayer money, but right now it's mostly paid for from a federal one of our federal pieces that comes up from SAMHSA. We have the federal substance use disorder block grant, we have the STIMSUA money, the state opioid response money, and some of those funds are being what's used to support these contracts. The money actually goes to the MAT provider, and then the community provider. It's really not paid to the Department of Corrections or paid to the jail or the counties. It's paid to the people who are actually, prescribing, which is the way it should be done.
Great. Yeah. If you can just provide us with the differentials of the cost for MAT, which is more than naloxone, right? Narcan is to save someone's life who's overdosing. MAT is much more than that, I assume, right? Yeah.
Yes, although most of our money is going for Narcan. You're right that across the country, there's quite a bit of training that goes on for people to use intramuscular naloxone through an injection, and it's much less expensive. But when you're really trying to save people and encouraging bystanders, and people still are pretty needle phobic, and most people would much rather much more comfortable with the double dose of intranasal. But yeah, we can get you those numbers.
Thank you.
There are two others that wish to speak, and I'm sorry I have to say it this time. We had children's cabinet at noon, but I know we're going to go over, and there are a lot of other very good people on, I'm sure, who want to speak. But of course, questions are important also. So I have Representative Warren, followed by Senator Stairway.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau. In light of that, I would like to ask Director Smith if he would be willing to come back yet again. I do agree there's lots of great information we want to hear from, but we just spent 45 minutes listening to a report that we got yesterday. I have lots of questions. This morning, I got it this morning. I have lots of questions, and so, but I want to respect the time of all these amazing people who are here with us. So my first question, Director Smith, are you willing to come back and give us some time just answering questions? I appreciate that you and I could meet, and we do that often, and I really appreciate that. But I think it's really important for folks of this committee and folks that are streaming on YouTube to get the information about what does this report actually mean? And I think you want us to, right? So
absolutely, and of course, I'll come back. I can come back any day. I mean, it's one of the beauties of doing it remotely. I'm sitting right here in this little room, and I'm happy to come at any time. I'm also happy to talk with you individually by email or phone. I'll put again in the chat while we're hearing on the drug courts. I'll put in the chat my personal, my state email and my state cell phone number, so that we can also, some of you have special interests in a number of things. I'm happy to talk to you individually as well. So of course there is a lot there that I barely touched on the surface. And I should comment that the Children's Cabinet, I know you're going to hear from Todd and Anna, and one thing that I really, I've learned a lot in 2 years about how state government works. And there's a lot of overlap between my work and Todd's work in Child and Family Services, and involving substance exposed infants, families, you know, all of that, and the work of the Children's Cabinet. And so, you know, we're not working in silos. I attend the Children's Cabinet meetings, and we're all working together on this because we realize that along with the pandemic, this is probably the most serious public health issue facing the state.
Thank you, Director. And so my second question, just because I have to say it, you mentioned that we've spent all of these years going after the supply side of the equation, and all of these years and all of this money, right? So just since I've been in the legislature, 2014, we've spent $40 million funding the Maine Drug Enforcement Agency. We are prepared to, over the next 2 years, spend upwards of 13 million more on the Maine Drug Enforcement Agency. And as you said, people, you know, you can get drugs through the mail. You can get drugs anywhere in Maine at any time of day, all year round, right? Yet we spend all of this money on Maine Drug Enforcement Agency, which means so many of these things we want to do, we know we should do, we want to find resources to do. So I ask you, why do you think we keep doing that? Like, if you agree and I agree and many of us agree and states are working to move away from that, why do we continue along that same path, which you and I have had this conversation before? We can try to do so much about harm reduction, etc. But as long as we are stigmatizing people who use drugs, we just continually, you know, put that barrier up there. So what do you think's going on that disallows us from separating ourselves from that war?
Well, I want to answer your question, Representative Warren, but I want to answer it thoughtfully. So I'll probably kind of take it under advisement and then share with you something more thoughtful at a future occasion. The one thing I kind of asked Commissioner Soschek a similar question 2 years ago, and I thought his answer was a very good one, that you can't simply ignore, you can't ignore the criminal elements of this. You try to separate the personal use from trafficking, difficult, but you do need to arrest people. You need to send a message to these traffickers that, you know, it's not all being mailed. We still have people come up here from Providence and New York City and Lowell, and you really want them to have a conversation that goes like this: oh, don't go up to Maine, you know, Jack's still in prison, you know, and you're going to get nailed. You can't, you know, you don't want them to think that just go, there's not going to be any consequences. So these traffickers are killing people. And I mean, Senator Lawrence is a former district attorney. I mean, so the role of law enforcement absolutely should be continually examined, Representative Warren, but there is a piece of this that's traditional law enforcement, arrest and seizure and penalties, because there's real crimes involved. At the same time, I really feel for the people who get caught up in it, young mothers, people who are taken advantage of, and then they end up incarcerated. I'd rather see them diverted to treatment. If they're incarcerated, I'd rather see them in drug court. So I think we share a lot of mutual objectives. And it really is up to the legislature and the executive branch to figure out how the resources are divided. You know, are we putting too much in this bucket and not enough over here, right? You know, you wish you could put it all into prevention. So it's not a good answer to your question, Representative Warren, but that's the best I can do right now, because I work very closely with the commissioner and the MDEA so that we get better data, so that we can look at all that data and understand what's happening out there. Why are we losing so many of our our Mainers to fatal overdoses.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you. Again, Senator Seaway, followed by Senator Lawrence. Am I?
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Senator DeChambeau. Thank you, Director, for such a great presentation. I think you did a great job. I just asked, I was just thinking if they could do an ad maybe from an individual standpoint of the user, of saying, what am I doing wrong? And am I ready to change? Like you said, you know, you always have to have the person ready to change. And then, and what are my possible consequences for my actions? You know, because I think the consequences, and Representative Warren brings up a good point about all this, you know, rehab and all this, and we're putting a lot of money in law enforcement, but we have a lot of issues when it comes to something like this. You got the family, the kids are being affected, everybody's being affected, their health, the jobs, and the crime. And I think we have to look at what are my possible consequences of my actions and what's happening to me. And then, and what do I do to correct it? And I guess those things there, if they can come from the person viewpoint, maybe we can get more of a reaction to people start thinking about their actions. I don't know. I just thought I'd throw that out there to you. I realize we do need law enforcement. I've seen where kids are abused, and not intentionally. Parents love their kids, but they get into the drug scene and they forget about that the kids and more interested in the drug, and it really gets to be a problem. And you know, I've been looking at things a little differently lately myself. I just saying, you know, I see these families just struggling, and it's sad to see. And I think we need to look at from their standpoint, I guess. What do you think?
I would encourage, I'm going to put in the chat room 2 new websites. There's one with the data where we're going to put the main drug data.com, where we're going to put the overdose data. But we also have this Know Your Options, which is the new media campaign. There's 2, all the videos are there. We have 2 videos on there that are on TV that they're only 30 seconds, but they affect people. I was really thrilled yesterday. We had somebody go to the website, communicate with us and say, I was really affected by this ad. Can you connect me with X, Y, and Z? So if you've seen, he has one is Justin, and he's in the fishing industry, and he's out on a boat, and he's in recovery, but he had a terrible time, and he talks about his experience. And Chantel is a young mother. She does the same. And it took her several attempts. I mean, her story really is that my journey is not necessarily yours. My approach might not be yours. You might have a different approach. It took me several times until I found what I needed. And now I'm reunited with my son, and I have a job, So I couldn't agree with you more, Scott. And we really have a lot of those people willing to help us. I think we also need to do a better job of listening to people who, frankly, are still using, because that's a group we're trying to keep alive, and we're guessing at what they need. Senator Lawrence, I think, has a question. But
yes. Before we
comment,
go to Lawrence, I'm not tech savvy. By putting the link on chat, would we be able to see that afterwards? I mean, or I was going to suggest to send it to Jane, who can send it to us, so I can have it on an email.
Sure.
That's me anyway, so I hope that helps. I'm sorry I took your time there, Senator Lawrence. Go right ahead.
That's okay, Senator DeChambeau. And I just more of a comment, but I wanted to, number one, express my surprise when I hear Gordon Smith say he learned more in the last 2 months or 2 years about government, because Gordon is probably one of the most experienced people I know in the legislative process and government. So it just continues to show me no matter how long our career is, we continue to learn, and all of us continue to learn. And I just wanted to kind of reinforce something Representative Warren said and talk a little bit about that. I mean, we have spent tremendous amount on the quote unquote war on drugs. And I think to put a bug in your ear about what really we need to do is to reprioritize that war, because there's those, all traffickers are not the same. There are people who traffic as part of their addiction, and there are people who traffic for profit. And there are mix in between those two. And we need to prioritize who we're going after, how we're going after them. No one who's addicted to drugs, it's the most difficult thing is to get them to want to face their addiction and want to deal with it. And as prosecutors all the time and judges will tell you, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. But the role of the prosecution and the judge is to make them very thirsty. And I can't tell you how many defendants and people I've prosecuted too, but defendants who have been helped by the fact that they're in a criminal situation, but that has forced them into a situation where they get the family support, they end up in rehab, and it changes their lives. So we need to look at, and I think what Representative Warren was getting at is identifying that, you know, the users will end up in the criminal justice system, but we have to find a way in the criminal justice system to not make it punitive, but to make it rehabilitative and to give them a pathway to get out of their addiction.
Agree 100%.
Yeah. Very good. Thank you. Anyone else? Gordon, I'll turn it over to you, and you can, ask someone else to speak, or how do you wish to go?
Well, I'm turning it over to our Class A team from the drug courts in Helena. I'm not sure who's going first.
I'm going to go first. Thank you.
All right.
I just wanted to clarify, do we have until 12:30? Because I thought the 12 o'clock group was canceling.
Oh, I'll have to defer to someone else, Helena. I'm not sure.
Because otherwise our time is up already.
Jane, yes?
You have until 12:30 when the county commissioners are coming.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Yes, go right ahead. Thank you.
Phew. That's good to know. Okay, I'm trying to share my screen, and I don't think that's working. Whoop. Okay, can you see my part of the presentation?
No, not yet.
No? Okay, Richard, maybe you should do it then. But I could just hit share screen.
There he is. It's coming.
Okay,
Yep.
great. Thank you. So Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, committee members, I'm Helene Hornby, and I had the privilege this past year to work on the adult drug treatment court evaluation. Some of these slides may look familiar to you because Megan Maloney presented some of our information. She was very, very excited about our conclusions because we were able to demonstrate how well treatment courts do. So, but we have a lot more information than she presented, and I'm going to move ahead. So we want to talk about 4 things in our half hour. Just give you a little overview about the treatment courts in Maine, where they are and so forth, which Ann Jordan is going to be doing. Then I'll talk about the conclusions of our evaluation recommendations, and then if there's time for discussion. And by the way, I wanted to introduce everyone who's here today again. Ann Jordan is from the judicial branch. She can tell you her title. And Richard Gordon is also oversees all the treatment courts. And Elizabeth Simone is the executive director of Maine Pretrial Services. Elizabeth had the foresight and wisdom to request funding for the evaluation from the Office of Behavioral Health. And so we were able to do it under the auspices of Maine Pretrial Services contract. And then she hired us, Public Consulting Group, to do it. And I'm formally the founder and director of Hornby Zeller Associates, which has done a lot of the treatment court evaluations in Maine and in other states. And we were merged with Public Consulting Group in 2018, but I'm staying on as a consultant and a contractor. So I was able to lead the team in this effort. Okay, next slide, please. And Anne is going to talk now.
Good afternoon. My name is Ann Jordan. I'm the manager of criminal process and specialty dockets for the Maine Judicial Branch. I have a couple different divisions under me. One of them is our specialty dockets, which includes today's topic, adult drug treatment courts, the veteran treatment court, the co-occurring disorders court. We also oversee the domestic violence review dockets, and I also oversee the data division of 2 individuals, and also all the criminal matters. So the purposes of our treatment courts are these: to stop criminal activity related to the abuse of alcohol and drugs. We do include persons with an alcohol disorder in our programs if they meet our requirements. To hold adult defenders accountable. Our treatment courts are just for adults. We do not have juvenile drug treatment courts for juvenile criminal activity. And to increase the likelihood of successful rehabilitation through intensive judicial supervision, case management, and specialized treatment. All participants in our courts receive judicial oversight, generally once a week or every 2 weeks. They receive intensive treatment, both inpatient and outpatient, as determined by treatment professionals. They have at least twice weekly alcohol and drug testing, which is random, and close monitoring instead of incarceration. The goal here is to get these folks the intensive help they need, the treatment they need, and get them on the right path. Next slide, please. Here are the locations of our adult drug treatment courts. In Washington County, we have 1 court, but it rotates between Chiles and Calais because of the distances. We have an adult treatment court in Bangor, in Auburn, in Alfred, in Ellsworth. In Cumberland County, we have both an adult drug treatment court and a veterans treatment track that we have launched. And in Kennebec County, we have the co-occurring disorders court and veterans treatment court. We do provide services to the co-occurring disorders court to individuals statewide, so long as they're able to either reside in Kennebec County or have reliable transportation to get there. Currently, we do not have any treatment courts in Region 8, which is Aroostook County, or Region 6, which is the 4 counties along the mid-coast. Next slide, please. Our features, we conduct intensive assessments for substance use and mental health disorders. The court itself is a 5-phase or a 5-step process. We do both intensive outpatient therapy, if necessary, referrals to inpatient facilities. Moral reconation therapy, which is basically getting them to rethink why they're thinking and how they're doing, and counseling. Maine Pretrial Services provides case management for housing, healthcare, employment, as well as drug testing. And they are not a 9-to-5 agency, they are around the clock. Each person has to appear in court every couple of weeks, and they address the judge individually. We do random drug and alcohol testing, and we have rewards and sanctions. Our drug courts follow the 10 best practices of the National Association of Drug Court Professionals. Okay, next slide, please.
Thank you.
This is Elaine's job.
Okay, I'll take over now. One of the features of treatment court is that they are supposed to serve so-called high-risk, high-need people. They're not taking simple cases. And actually the research shows that people who are in the greatest need for treatment and greatest risk of recidivism do better in treatment court because they're really motivated to participate. As Senator Lawrence said a few minutes ago, you know, they've got the criminal justice sword hanging over their head, and now they have rehab as an option. And this slide shows that we actually analyzed who's been in the treatment courts. By the way, this study went from data from 2015 up to either 2019 or 2020, depending upon what the question was and what we could get access to for this current year. But this shows that the charge class A, B, and C, as you know, because you're the Criminal Justice Committee, are all felony charge classes. And the percents were the third, fourth column over saying comparison group, and then the last column saying treatment group. This shows how many people are in the drug courts from these particular charge classes. So A, B, and C equal at least 70% of treatment court people have been charged with a felony to get them into this current court. Some of the others that are under misdemeanors, D&E classes, probably had a history of offenses, which also made them considered high risk. High risk means high risk of recidivism. And so this just demonstrates that people really do have a high risk and a high felony charge class. The comparison group we use is very similar in that way, which shows comparability as far as the kinds of crimes that they committed. I'll talk a little more about the comparison group in a minute. Okay, next. Another feature that we looked at was sort of what's the age of the people in the courts. And this particular slide shows age participation by gender, because one of the questions that was raised to us is whether females do as well as males, or are they comparable? And we did a lot of analyses about females, like graduation rates, recidivism rates. They are comparable to the males. This slide shows that they're slightly younger. If you look at the 30 to 39 age group, 50% of the people in the treatment courts over those 4 years are in the 30 to 39 age group of females, and 46% are males in that age. And then in the 40 to 49%, you see slightly more males. So the people tend to be, well, but you've got a good chunk that's in the 20s to 30s too, but the majority of them are in the 30 to 39 age group. And in meeting a lot of the people in the courts that I did through interviews and focus groups, I could see that the 30 to 39-year-olds, or really all of them, had a long history of addiction. I heard so many stories of people who, you know, started that their parents or whatever gave them alcohol at age 13 and so forth. So that they do represent a very tough group as far as breaking them of addiction. Next. Megan Maloney, when she presented to you, gave our conclusion, gave us credit for it. That was nice. But this is our conclusion from this year-long evaluation. Treatment courts enhance public safety and improve lives at no additional cost to taxpayers. And I'm going to tell you how we know that. We know it because we're going to demonstrate reduced recidivism, fewer mortalities, the testimony of the people who are in the courts, and also most importantly, not most importantly, but very importantly for this committee, cost benefit analysis. And I'm going to be able to give you actual data on the costs. So let's look at reduced recidivism. First of all, I want to talk a little bit about graduation. Treatment courts are they're fairly arduous to go through this whole treatment process. And we were able to document that it takes on average 17.8 months to complete if you graduate. So about a year and a half, the people who graduated, it takes about a year and a half to get through the program. The people who don't graduate and who drop out slightly after a year, 12.6 months. So even the dropouts actually stick with it on average for a whole year. This shows the graduation rate by court. Ann told you a few minutes ago where the courts were by county, Androscoggin, and so forth. And you can see that the graduation rate varies from 42 to 60%, the highest being the Veterans Court, which is currently in Kennebec. I'm going to talk about veterans in a few minutes, a little more. So that this might say, well, this isn't really a very high graduation rate. The actual statewide average is 52%. So just over half graduate. But when we look at other studies from across the country, we find that we're right in that notch. It's comparable to what other studies have shown. One of our most important references is one that was held by the U.S. Department of Justice, or sponsored by it, called the Multi-Site Adult Drug Court Evaluation. It came out almost 10 years ago, but it's comprehensive in that they took many sites from across the country. So we use that as a point of reference, but other studies as well. So anyway, we have about a 52% average graduation rate, but even those that don't graduate stick with it for over a year. Next. So even though we only have 52% post-program arrest and conviction, are far lower for all treatment court participants. Let me just focus on this for a second. Post-program arrest and conviction. What we do in looking at recidivism is to say when people actually finished the treatment court, went back in the community, they're all done. If they dropped out of court, they had to get adjudicated. And so when they're done with the adjudication, if they graduated, usually that was it, and they go back in the community. So we look at what happens after they go back in the community, after all is said and done. We think that's the best measure of recidivism. Some people measure it while they're in the program, but we look at it truly what happens after the program. So post-program arrest and conviction recidivism is lower for all treatment court participants, whether they even graduated or not, because as we said, the non-graduates got over a year of court. So that's kind of encouraging. So we look at two kinds of recidivism. One is new arrests and one is new convictions. And we have a comparison group. The comparison group are people who, I showed you that class A, B, and C thing. They have comparable charges and they're all drug-related charges. And we got those people from the Management Information System. Maine Pretrial Services serves people all across the state, not just for treatment court, but pretrial across the state. So we use their database to identify about 1,000 people who had comparable arrests, and then we match them on criteria like age, gender, criminal history. So that's our comparison group. What this slide shows is what happens 6, 12, 18, 24 months after they got out of the program. And the blue is the treatment court and the green is the comparison. So it asks the question, how many people had a new arrest after leaving the program? And the arrest rates are lower for the treatment group, and it's statistically significant at every juncture. So we run these statistical tests to see whether 20% versus 47% of a new arrest treatment versus comparison is significant. It is, which means it's not just a question of chance, that something is really happening there. And in comparing us to other studies, we also found that Maine does as well or better than others in arrests. So this groups everyone from 2016 to 2019. So if we look at the next slide, we're looking at now convictions. So not just were they arrested, but do they actually have a conviction? And our source of information for this is called MEJIS, the Maine Justice Information System. Some of you might be familiar with it. We actually take all the people as individuals in the treatment, the comparison group, and we match them to the Maine Justice Information System. and see what shows up as a new arrest or a new conviction after the date of leaving the program, 6, 12 months and so forth. So again, conviction rates are statistically higher for the comparison group, or statistically lower for the treatment group by a lot. So that's really encouraging. It was so good to present this information to the judges who are running these programs across the state, because you get bogged down every day in doing this work, and it's really tough work, and people give you a hard time in it. And yet we were able to really show that it is making a difference even for people who don't graduate. Next. Conviction recidivism after release by exit type. What this slide shows, I told you that only 52% graduate. So that means 48% don't graduate. So we separated the recidivism by whether they graduated or whether they didn't. The blue being graduates and the green being expelled or withdrew from treatment court. So if they're expelled or withdraw, they usually have to go then and serve the sentence. And there's not that much difference between recidivism, whether it's still low even for the people who were expelled or withdrew. And the next slide, next, shows this in comparison to the comparison group, which is black. So, it compares the people who were graduated, people who expelled or withdrew, and then the comparison group on conviction recidivism at these different junctures. So you can see that even if they didn't graduate, as I said, they got over 12 months dosage, and they did a lot better than people who didn't get treatment court alone at all. Next. I want to compare this recidivism to the comparison group alone. This goes into a little more detail because as legislators, you have to think about where am I spending my money best, and there's nothing that's perfect, but it's like, what's the alternative? The alternative is no treatment. And this slide says, for those people in the comparison group, that is, they didn't get the treatment, if we used anyone who had showed any time in jail, prison, or probation during the study period, and then we followed what happened to them after they got out, how many recidivated, had a new conviction during what time frame. The most extreme example is convictions by 24 months, the blue bar that says 77%. And the blue bar represents people who had been in prison. These three bars, as you can see by the little description, it's either did they come out of jail, did they come out of probation, or did they come out of prison? Again, this is the comparison group. Where were they during the study, during the period, then after they got out, where did they wind up as far as conviction recidivism? So if someone had actually been in prison during the initial study period, 77% were back in prison within 24 months of getting out. That's the most extreme. So again, it's showing how serious it can be without treatment if you were in prison or probation.
Ms. Hornby?
Yes.
That slide, I have a question about recidivism stats anyways. A conviction, is there a slide? It looks like that could be it, of going back to jail or prison for a new conviction or just a violation of probation and conditions of probation. Is there something that tells me the difference?
Not in this slide, or not in the report. It's something that would, and maybe Ann can help me here, it's something that in MeJus, the Main Justice Information System, would show as a new, it is definitely a new conviction in MeJus, but Ann, I don't know how refined, or maybe Elizabeth me just gets in breaking down the type of new conviction?
If it's a probation violation on an original charge, it's all recorded in the original charge. If it's a new conviction for a new crime, it's reported separately. So the new convictions for new crimes is what I believe Helene used in her research used here. So if you're already on probation for something, it's not going to show up as a new conviction. It's going to show up as a probation violation and recorded in the original file.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's correct. That's what we used. Okay, next. Let's see what time. So that's the recidivism that demonstrates the success of the program. Now I want to talk about mortalities. And we used the Office of Chief Medical Examiner's data to look at who in our treatment comparison group actually died during the 4 years. And this is a 2.4% over 4 years. So that's like over 4 years. So it's 2.4% of the people in that group died versus 1.9% in the treatment group. It's about 0.5% higher in the comparison group. That's not actually a statistically significant number, but it is still a higher percent did die of an overdose in the comparison group. The participant testimony, next slide, as I said, we talked to, I think 40 or 50 people who were in the program or some graduates of the program. The Megan, I think, I'm not sure whether it's this group or the judiciary, quoted the first one here. I gave up on myself, but the treatment team did not give up on me. A quote from a participant that she said as a DA, she's heard many times as well. One of the real features of this program is how arduous everyone on the treatment team, from the judge to the case managers, the treatment providers, they are really encouraging of people to stick with it. And you're allowed to fail as far as your tests, your alcohol and drug tests. What is not acceptable is honesty or dishonesty. So they make a strong distinction between using and slipping up on that and being honest with the judge. As Ann mentioned, they come before the judge every week or two on a one-to-one basis. Everyone in that county is sitting in the gallery. All the people who are current participants, usually 15 or 20 people, are sitting in the gallery. And each person goes up one by one and addresses the judge. And one of the best practices was that the judge is supposed to spend 3 minutes at least with each person individually talking about how they're doing in treatment. And we were able to document that they do spend like 5 minutes on average. We actually went to the courts, every court, twice, and wrote down the start and end time for every piece of testimony. And the judges are doing it. And that's one of the most important aspects of succeeding, is having that judge know who you are, follow up with you. There are rewards and there are sanctions if you really mess up, but usually the messing up has to do, as I said, with dishonesty or not really participating in the program rather than actually having a slip on using. I have a poem when you look at the report, we sent in the executive summary, and you can get the full report if you want, but the executive is pretty comprehensive. I have a poem in there that was dictated to me by one of the treatment court participants. I said, do you have anything that you've written that you'd like to share with me? And he shuffled through some papers because we were on the phone because it was COVID, and he took out this poem. And he dictated the whole poem to me, and here's 4 lines of it, but the whole poem is right at the beginning of the report. But it was just very moving. It was one of these 30 to 39-year-old men who've had just a terrible history of drug abuse. But his last 4 lines, this is goodbye, you will miss me, but my life is staying with me. In the end, you made me strong, and you grow weaker as time goes on. And his assignment in treatment was to, talk about stopping addiction. So I hope you take a chance to read the whole poem. So the emotional and tangible support of these programs with the judge and the treatment providers is just, and the case manager is really important. And it is offered in Maine. So I think that's one of the reasons why we see some of those successes. Next. The cost effectiveness now, getting back to the dollar and cents question. Next. Megan showed this. I don't know if you remembered this slide. We tried to actually figure out the cost of a treatment, the treatment court participation versus the comparison group. And the major costs in the comparison group is the time spent in jail, in prison, and probation. And we obtained dollars per day for each of those things. And in the next slide, I'll show you the number of days. Whoops, go back a second. For the treatment group, the cost included the jail, prison, and probation time, because those that failed did go to jail, prison, and probation, and we included that. But also the other cost is the case management, which is like the contract with Maine Pretrial Services, the treatment, which is the contract with all the treatment providers. By the way, the providers are Blue Willow, Wellspring, Catholic Charities, and Rustic Mental Health, serving the different courts. And then the judicial time, because it does take about a day of a week of judicial time where they have to have a smaller caseload during that time. Let me ask about time, because I see we're like at 12:35 now. So tell me what we need to do on time here, please.
Well, it's kind of tight in that we have one more, then we have to break for lunch and we start again at 1:30. So that's really tight in 1 hour.
Are the other folks ready to go? So do you want, how do you want to proceed?
Really, oops, how much more do we have, or if we can start wrapping it up? I still want to just throw it out to the other people that you're with in your group to add anything. So we can start wrapping up.
Okay, why don't I go to the different categories? Well, I'll just tell you what's here really quickly. And you have this presentation so you can look at it. So we actually show the number of days spent in prison, on probation, and jail in our groups, and what the cost per day is. And that's how, and we got that from the Department of Corrections and from all the jails, and for probation, prison, and the jail costs. So we were able to actually calculate the empirical average number of days they spent and how much that cost. And this also shows the cost benefit, because at the time of exit, the treatment savings, looking at the next last column, 12%. The overall cost was 12% less at the time of exit, but because recidivism is so much higher than the comparison group, by time 18 months rolls around, you're going to see those folks over and over again, and you're going to incur those costs again for prison and jail. So by 18 months, 28% is the cost savings once you take the recidivism at the different points into account. And the last thing I'll talk about is that we organized, even though a lot of things are working well, there are a lot of things that still need work, and we organize them into structural and management kinds of things, court processes, and treatment team and community relations. And I can, well, I'll just go real fast. In the structural, Anne mentioned that two regions do not have courts yet. This is also mentioned in Gordon Smith's strategic plan, or his group's strategic plan, namely Region 6, Knox, Lincoln, Saginaw, and Waldo, and 8, Aroostook. So we would like to see expansion, and we think that those two judicial regions should have the benefit of a court, and Gordon's group concurs with that. There are other things like a new case management, a new management information system, which we believe is in the process of being attained because they're now working on the enterprise information system for the last 18 months. That was a state system. It's not working. Megan Maloney mentioned the need to enhance AAG time on the treatment team because these are very time consuming to participate in this treatment team, and the AAGs don't have time to do it. So when we talk about expanding the court, they're often the ones say we can't do it because we're stretched too thin. And some more training, and go on next. The one thing that, the first thing I want to talk to you, this is, I won't go through all of it, but the first one I want to talk to you about, eliminate upfront time and suitability discussions. What this means is that some of the prosecutors try to negotiate a deal where in order for someone to go into treatment court, they have to serve time first in jail, and then they'll allow them to go into court. That we call that upfront time. That's absolutely against best practice standards, and even the Bureau of Justice Assistance will not give grants to any states that permit upfront time. So we're talking to, not all the prosecutors do this, we're trying to talk to the ones that do, but that's a real problem. And the suitability discussions is a problem, which is that even though some people are high risk and high need, they'll get into a long discourse about whether they're, quote, suitable for treatment in court. They've met the objective criteria through the assessments, but then people say, you know, like, I know their cousin did it and committed a crime, another crime later, or, you know, they're not a good person or whatever. It doesn't happen a lot, but it happens probably in 25 or 30% of the people who referred are rejected because they're not considered suitable for basically a subjective reason. So we want to see that let go. Okay, I will stop there.
Good. Thank you. I'm not good that you stopped. That's not it. We really have a time crunch here. I will tell you that I've been getting emails from some of the members who really want to see this subject come up again and schedule you. I think there are a lot of questions. I do have, where'd she go? Representative Morales had her hand up about almost 10 minutes ago, so I don't know. Did she just leave?
No, I'm here. You had just mentioned, thank you, Chair DeSambo, that we would like to talk more about it because I know we're crunched for time. But just in terms of data, I would really love to know how much, you know, I'm really glad for this. This is excellent. I want to dive into the report. But how much of our judiciary budget, and I'm assuming it's all our judiciary budget that we spend on drug courts, just to kind of get that big picture, if we can get that. And also, I didn't see it, and maybe I missed it, but do we have any information broken down by race in terms of who has access to drug courts?
Yes,
and
that was going to be my next slide.
Oh, well, there we go.
Maybe not the very next, but I do have that. I mean, do you want me to answer now or wait till later for those two questions?
Well, I'll leave it to Chair DeSambo because I know we're going to follow up more, but those are my questions.
If I may, Ms. Hornby, I think we'll do it because I know whatever you got for a statistic will generate more discussion on that topic. So, and we want to do it justice. Oh, listen to this word, justice. Isn't that something? We do want to do it.
Or as our poet laureate said, just is, if you notice that in President Biden, never mind. I thought that was a
well, I don't use it anymore, but that used to be a password until someone thought I was saying just ice on my drink or something. So I don't use justice anymore. Who is the boss here? Can we all get you back and work with, I would suggest.
Yes, we're a cooperative group, and I can speak, I think freely that we'd love to engage you again.
The lead person contact Jane, right, Jane? To
Yeah,
schedule
okay.
it? Okay, yeah, we've already have to do our schedule up to 2 weeks, 2 weeks forward. And so I'm sure we can find you time that's mutually convenient for all of you. My God, this is a hot topic. Again, I think we have to move along.
Okay, well,
'cause we're
Jane
gonna
can get
lose
with us.
people.
Elizabeth Simone has been coordinating our schedules. So Jane can get with Elizabeth, and Elizabeth works with us to coordinate what our next meeting can be. But I just want to say about the budget, very little judicial branch money goes into this. And there's a discussion of the budget in the report, so you can look at that, but very, very little. It comes largely from the Office of Behavioral Health in the Maine Department of Health and Human Services, which funds the case management and the treatment. And those are the largest expenses other than the prison. The incarceration time is the Department of Corrections.
Well, we're working towards that.
Jane, I think it makes sense if we schedule Gordon's report, time for us to ask questions and dig in after we've had a chance to read it, along with these folks following up again. And maybe that's the only thing we have for the morning.
Yep.
Once we've had a chance to digest. And maybe we can send along, this is to all committee members. If you have questions for either of these groups ahead of time, you don't have to submit them. You can ask them that day. But if you do, you might send them to Jane and she could forward them to Director Smith, Ms. Hornby, etc. So thank you. Sorry, we're rushed. You never can tell. Sometimes we're on time, but this is obviously a lot of stuff. So thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye,
you.
folks. Ann, did you have something you were going to say? Ann Jordan? No, I thought I saw you.
Well,
Okay.
no, I just let you know, just for future consideration, there is a US DOJ grant application available out there right now. And there are monies for drug courts. However, there is a 25% match. And we always get asked that question, can you get some federal grants for this? So I wanted to let you know that the deadline for that grant is March 31st.
Would you send us a link?
Sure, I'll send it to Jane.
Thank you.
Great. Again, thank you. We'll see.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone.
We all set for the Maine Association of County Managers? Do we have someone here?
I see Mr. Zinser.
You do? Oh, there he is. Hello there, Mr. Zinser.
Hello, Senator DeChambeau. How are you?
I'm good. My
Good.
county.
Yes, I'm going to try to look at my screen because I got a couple different screens going on here because various computer issues here. So I'm looking here at a blank screen and seeing you guys over here. So thank you for affording me the opportunity for a quick introduction. My name is Greg Zinser. I'm the county manager of York County, and I am also the current president of the Maine Association of County Clerks, Administrators, and Managers. And our primary role, and I believe where you'll see the majority of us, is when it comes to issues involving county jail funding and other pieces of legislation that affect county jails. And so you'll be seeing us, our primary role is to act in a supporting capacity for the Maine County Commissioners Association. My group is made up of all of the administrators and managers for Maine's counties. And so much like a city or town manager, our work entails a lot of the same type of stuff. And so we're the folks that do a lot of the budget crunching. We do the analyses for some of the legislation that ultimately goes before your desk. In short, we're here. We're always willing to, answer any questions that you have. But again, we're a supporting role for the County Commissioners Association, which I believe you have previously heard from. So I'm happy to answer questions, anything like that. I'm really happy from York County's perspective to see a lot of discussion about, the drug courts and what's happening there. Down here in York County, we're really big fans of diversion. We have a lot of successful programming going down here. And so, hope to have more of those conversations with you folks in the future as well. So I'll happy to hand it over for questions. I don't know how much more I can really say that is pertinent about bills that you're going to be seeing at this point in time. But again, it's either going to be myself or other managers or administrators coming up to speak to you, whether it's as their individual counties or on behalf of the association. Well, we'll have to make that determination as we go along. So happy to take questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Zinser. I see Representative Reckett has a question.
I just wanted to find out if you were aware of the bill that actually I've put in that has to do with putting a county commissioner onto the Criminal Justice Academy board. And the argument that was made to me by Steve Gordon, I believe that's who it was,
Yep.
Is that because the county commissioners are the ones that actually fund the jails, it's important that they have a voice in that whole process and not just the corrections officers who are already represented on the board. So I just wanted to make sure you and the group were following that piece.
Yeah. Yes, we're very much on board in reviewing the composition of the representation on the Maine Criminal Justice Academy, and very much are in support of broadening the representation on that committee.
Thank you.
Oh. Senator, you're muted.
No other questions. I do appreciate that, Greg, that county commissioners do appear and testify on the impact on counties. And I think that's a good start to get on the academy.
Yes,
Board of Trustees.
I think we'd like to see more involvement from the administrative side of county government as it pertains to matters affecting the jails and the Criminal Justice Academy as well.
Mm-hmm. Good. So seeing none, thank you for waiting and giving us a brief presentation that pretty much wraps it up, that you would like to be involved, and you are. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a good day.
Bye-bye. All right, so let's regroup. A half hour is not enough for those who are in the State House. Can we do, we're supposed to start at 1:30. Can we do 1:45? Is that doable?
Sounds good to me.
Okay, everybody? All right.
Oh, Richard may have
I got my hand up.
Oh, didn't see that.
Yeah, I just wanted to, the half hour works okay with us normally with lunch. We're gonna over lunch, but we want to caucus on the supplemental budget that's coming up. So if we could have that extra 15 minutes, an hour, like 45 minutes up, that would help out.
Okay, so 1:45, 1:45, we shall be back. Thank you. Don't forget,
Hey, Andrea, if you could just give me a call, or not give me a call, but put on your radar that we need to get a tax identification number for Cobra Ventures. So we need to get an authorization to do an EIN, and then we're gonna have to figure out from their accountant what they want for tax treatment. Thanks.
To send your message now, press pound. To mark the
All right, it looks like folks are coming back into the room, the Zoom room. Just give it another minute. Hi, Liz. Hi, Colin.
Hello, thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here.
Yes, thanks for having me as well.
Absolutely.
Representative Warren, the Department of Corrections asked, should they expect to come at 2:30 for work on the budget still?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
That would be great. Thank you. And just for committee members to know, we're rescheduling the ACLU briefing today at 3 because I think we're going to need more time on the supplemental budget. So when we shift to the budget at 2:30, that will be, we'll have the rest of the day to work on that. Report backs are due back to AFA. And Jane, were you thinking that we would also reschedule OFPR and OPLA? Okay. Thank you. All right. So it looks like folks are back. Let's just get started. Welcome to Liz and Colin. I'm going to let you introduce yourselves and the work that you do and take it away. Thanks for being here.
Great. I think Colin and I both have perhaps separate presentations that we might like to do, but I can just first introduce myself. I'm Liz Blackwell-Moore, and I am a public health consultant, and I have been working in the field of behavioral health and public health for the last 20 years, and I'm now a public health consultant. So thank you so much for having me.
Thanks for being here.
Great. And my name is Cullen Ryan. I'm the Executive Director of Community Housing of Maine, but I've been working in the field of ending homelessness for the last 34 years in 3 states. And I think that there's a lot of overlap with the criminal justice system, and I think there's a lot that we can do to fix that.
Absolutely.
Allowing me to be here.
Thank you. Okay, so what we'll do, I had you listed as together, but we'll separate you. And Liz, how about you go first? And you'll go and we'll have folks ask you questions, and then we'll move to Cullen. Now that I realize you're not in the same, not presenting.
That would be great. That would be great. Thank you. Well, and I, if you don't mind, I'll share my screen with you all. And I have sent you the PowerPoint as well, but please let me know you can see it, correct? Okay. Mm-hmm. So great. So thank you all for having me. I really appreciate having this opportunity to be here with you. As I said, I'm a public health consultant, and the work that I currently do is really on mostly supporting communities, organizations, schools, and municipalities and other folks to really apply public health research into practice, and mostly around the topics of substance use disorder, mental illness, and adverse childhood experiences. And so today I really want to talk about the intersection of public health and criminal justice. And one of the places that I think that we could all probably agree a large intersection is really around substance use disorder, mental illness, and adverse childhood experiences. So I'd like to just start with sort of a view of kind of how we all get to thriving youth and adults. And so, from a public health perspective, we look at individuals, and we know that individuals, to get to thriving, people need basic things like food and water, safety and security, love and belonging. You'll notice this is Maslow's hierarchy, not something you're probably all pretty familiar with. But really, these are essential things to get to thriving. And if people, lived on an island by themselves, they may be able to get food, water, and housing, and safety and security, and they may be able to survive. But to get to these higher order kind of thriving, they really requires community. And so in public health, we're really thinking about what are the community conditions that a person lives in that really support their ability to thrive. And so we think about those community conditions that become really vital are things like healthy food and water, affordable and quality housing, living wages, safe parks, safe schools, social trust, and strong social networks, healing, conflict resolution, and things like community connection and arts and expression. So these are all things that are really important and actually vital to the thriving of individuals. And so, when we think about kind of what is this intersection then between criminal justice and public health, I think that in many ways we could say that currently we're using our criminal justice system in many ways to address the problems of substance use disorder, mental illness, and adverse childhood experiences. And what I would like to do today is just share with you some public health models around how could we address the needs of individuals and build resilient communities that would prevent substance use disorder, mental illness, and ACEs, and really support folks who may be experiencing those things to reintegrate into the community. And so, how do I know that, the criminal justice system is really very much how we're dealing with substance use disorder and mental illness? We can look at who's in the criminal justice system. And we know that so many folks in juvenile detention, lots of the research has indicated that 50% have 4 or more adverse childhood experiences. And for those of you who aren't as familiar with adverse childhood experiences, we know they're things that happen in traumatic events that happen in a child's life that it can have really long-lasting impacts on their health and well-being. 80% had at least one traumatic event, and 50% had a problematic substance use. And the Maine Department of Corrections has estimated that about at least a third of young people in Long Creek have serious behavioral health problems. And we look at the adult system, it actually is much more pronounced. According to the Maine Department of Corrections and Maine Pretrial Services, 90% of women in the Maine prisons have multiple adverse childhood experiences. And a huge amount of them, 72% of women, were there on drug-related charges. And 70% of Maine's jail population in general is estimated to have a substance use disorder. So extremely high rates of substance use, mental illness, and ACEs in our criminal justice system. But what I want to say about what we know in public health is that who you are and where you live really matters. It really matters for essentially everything and health outcomes and how people are able to get to thriving in our community. So I'm not going to tell you all, I put all some data in here, and I'm not going to run through every single thing, but I want to just illustrate the way in which who you are and where you live matters. So when it comes to LGBT people, we have actually data from our Maine Integrated Youth Health Survey about much higher rates of ACEs among LGBT students, much higher rates of seriously considering suicide in the last year, and higher rates of alcohol and cannabis use, and much higher rates of other drug use. We know that with Black, Indigenous, and people of color, there are higher rates of ACEs among Black and Indigenous children. And in Maine, we see similar rates of alcohol and cannabis use, but much higher rates of other drug use among Black, Indigenous, and students of color. And again, similar rates as white students for depression, but higher rates of ever attempting suicide in the past year. And then we also know that income really plays a huge part in ACEs and substance use and mental illness, and that, lots of young people who experience ACEs live in poverty. We know that highest rates of mental illness are in the places in Maine that have the lowest incomes. And you can see here, Piscataquis and Washington County have the highest rates of poverty. And at the same time, they have the highest rates of death by suicide, alcohol, and drug overdose. Where you live matters. So you can see this is from the life expectancy maps that you can see on CDC. And there are census tracts in Penobscot County where the life expectancy is 69 years old. And there's a census tract in Cumberland County where the life expectancy is 89, 20 years difference by where people live. And we know, of course, that housing stability has a huge impact. And Colin's going to speak much more to this. And so, I won't speak too much to this, but we just know that substance use, mental illness, and housing instability are very much connected. And now I want to just be clear that it's not identity and ethnicity are not the cause of adverse childhood experiences, problematic substance use, and mental health problems. So just to be very clear, LGBT people in Maine are much more likely to have experienced violence, kicked out of their homes, forced to have sexual contact, less likely to receive support from adults. And Black, Indigenous, and people of color in this country and in Maine are more likely to live in poverty, experience discrimination, be housing insecure, and live in facilities where there's hazardous waste or they're impacted by climate change. And so who you are and where you live matters when we think about how people experience toxic stress in their lives. So you may be familiar with ACEs, and we would think of that as the number one, the tree there, as household toxic stress, right? But what we know is that community level toxic stress really impacts what happens in households. So folks can live in communities where there's higher poverty and there's structural racism, or they've experienced war, or there's food scarcity, and that those things that happen in a community make it more likely that there's household trauma. And also there's like a synergistic energy between what happens in community and what happens in households. And it's true for the environment as well. We're all very familiar with the fact that the pandemic has disproportionately impacted folks who already have experienced trauma, but folks who experience structural racism and people who live in poverty. And so this really guides a lot of the work that I do in public health and thinking about where people live and who they are. And that when we have that sort of trauma that's happening and toxic stress that's happening in those three realms, often we can see what that looks like. There are symptoms of that in a community. And that might be things like intergenerational poverty or limited employment or disinvestment. Could also look like deteriorated environments or an explosion of alcohol and marijuana retailers. It can look like disconnected social relations or a low sense of political and social efficacy. And so, but adversity is not destiny. We absolutely know this, right? All people can heal and thrive and overcome hardship. But communities function as the fabric and the foundation of resilience for families, children, and youth. And this is from Dr. Howard Penderhus, who really helped work on this adverse community experiences and resilience framework that I want to offer to you today. And this framework was really created by communities of color, mostly in the Bay Area, and it was really around violence prevention. It has since been used all over the country for really thinking about lots of behavioral health issues. And so the big picture of this framework that I want to share with you, I'm going to zoom in for a second. But really it's that we have individual approaches we can take with folks who need trauma-informed care and more behavioral health care. But we also have to be looking at what are those community strategies we can be doing. And then when we do both of those things, we can create resilient communities. And so when we're thinking about individual approaches, specifically for, in the criminal justice system, creating individual approaches that are restorative, trauma responsive, two-generational, and culturally relevant is the work that we're really striving for in public health. And those might include things like restorative justice, more diversion, early interventions, a robust and well-funded tiered system of behavioral health supports, screening upon release with the help and then of a support of a navigator, family supports, and supported connections with parents who are incarcerated with their children. We've learned in the pandemic that the virtual option really works and can work very well for parents who are incarcerated to be with their children in many ways. And then we move upstream, right? So we can move to how do we build community resilient strategies? And this is part of the framework. It's really around equitable opportunity, investing in people and investing in place. So things like restorative justice, things like living wages and housing and transportation, and then looking at how do we support people and build our prevention networks within community. So this is really about cross-sector work and reinvesting in communities. And so I know that you're the Criminal Justice Committee, and yet also the work we're doing, criminal justice is really impacted by so many things. And so the work to really prevent and reintegrate folks is about those connections with lots of cross-sector, with other health and human services and other sectors. And so this is just sort of a zoom in on if we were to do those individual approaches and really beef them up and beef up our community level strategies, we can reduce individual and community trauma. We reduce the risk of violence and the threat of violence. We reduce the risk of early use of substance use and substance use disorder, reduce the risk of mental illness, and reduce the risk of incarceration and recidivism. And when we do that, the end result is that we have a resilient community, right? Where there's local wealth and there's perceptions of safety and people work together for the common good. And that individuals who live there and the families that live there are healthy and resilient as well. And so I offer this to you today as a way of sort of framing the work of a public health approach to the problems that we are all facing here as a state. So thank you so much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions related to the presentation.
Thank you. I see Representative Lookner with a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Blackwell-Moore. That was a great presentation. So this, in my mind, goes back to kind of what we were talking about with, domestic violence. In my mind, it's really clear that ACEs contribute to so many of these problems downstream. I think you really elucidated that clearly. So my question, I'm somebody who's worked in homes. I've worked with kids with mental illness who are homeless and also families. And I always wonder, what is the state's role? Because so many of these ACEs are intergenerational, oftentimes as parents handing it down to kids. What is the state supposed to do? Because you want to keep kids in their families. You want to support those families. So, what does the state do? And as criminal, here in the Criminal Justice Committee, what do we do to support that work?
Yeah, so I'm assuming you're asking this of me. I guess my thought is that I think there's what can the Criminal Justice Committee do, and then what is a state role. And I guess that is where I think it's an interesting mix of things, because I think the reinvestment in community has to come from state and all the sectors that are working on this problem, right? It's not just the criminal justice system that is able to do that, but it's the Department of Health, it's the Department of Economic Opportunity, it's all these other players coming together and saying, in order for us to really stop intergenerational trauma, in order for us to stop community environments that are experiences that are traumatizing, because it's not just what happens in family, it's what happens in community, that will take state investment. It will take a stepping back and working in community to say, what are the things that are working really well for you? How are you resilient right now as a community? And where are you missing some of those community conditions? Because I think that adverse childhood experiences in so many ways are a product of the community conditions in which people live. And so the state's role, really, there is a strong role there for really supporting the building of those community conditions that support families. And then in terms of Criminal Justice Committee, I think there's a lot of things that folks, in terms of how do programs get run, right? What happens when young people enter or adults enter the criminal justice system? There are so many options for what could happen there. And often we use a narrow version of options, right? That's really around, that ends up being around perhaps focused primarily on prison and punishment. And yet there are all these other options for in-home family supports, for, more robust behavioral health supports that are really hard to come by these days for some folks. So that would be my answer in terms of like really robustly focusing on those individual level and community conditions.
Other questions? I'll just say, Ms. Blackwell-Moore, I have a proposal in around the opioid settlement funds that the state of Maine and many other states will be receiving at some point. And part of the reason that I'm, sticking my nose into that work is I want to make sure that we're shifting our focus to exactly the pieces that you are talking about, right? The strategies that are most effective, least expensive, and really far sort of, I can never remember if it's upstream or downstream, right? Upstream, right?
Yeah, upstream.
Yeah, the upstream inexpensive stuff where we can, try to pull people back on track, right? Before, we're way downstream in that system. So I invite you, would you be interested in joining that conversation with us?
Of course.
That's my way of getting to a question.
Yes, no, of course, I would love to. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Morales.
Yes, thank you so much. I really appreciate this presentation. The visuals, Liz, are really amazing. And I think they're going to be helpful for us as we sort of frame what we do need to do as a state. I want to ask a question. It was related to Senator Lawrence in the morning was talking about users and how, as the criminal justice system, like how can we really identify and best support those and make that distinction between those who are using substances because they have an addiction and those who are using for profit, and how that's always for DAs, for Health and Human Services, for public safety, for public health. Like, how do we figure that piece out? And just, do you have any comments on that or any guidance for us?
I think that I would defer that question in many ways to folks who are, I would actually think about folks who are currently using and asking what, and really folks who work with people who are currently using and who are in recovery from use to understand more deeply where that line is. I feel like there's a lot to be gained from listening to them and their voices and what they have to say about that, because I think that the vast majority of people have a substance use disorder who end up in the criminal justice system. And they may also be selling, but the substance use disorder came well before that happened. And so there's sort of like a very much like a both and kind of thing happening there. And so, I think from the public health research, those who end up in the criminal justice system are the vast majority, again, are those with a substance use disorder and not those that are profiting off of it.
Okay, thank you. And one other piece, if you guys don't mind, if I ask one other question, just I was wondering about sort of the very upstream and what schools can do to prevent young people from getting into the criminal justice system.
Yeah, well, I would say that one thing for sure that I've been working on a lot is around suspension and expulsion, and around how do we support referral and to treatment and behavioral health services much earlier on in a child's life. So when we know and we can see that there are problems brewing, how can we have schools have the support in-house, or at least be able to refer out? And then how can they use those systems of referring and to behavioral health services to reduce and slowly eliminate suspensions and expulsions, and particularly suspensions and expulsions for substance use violations, because we know that those young people, most of the time, they need support and help, and something's not going right for them in that moment. And it's a way for us to support them and help them and not stigmatize them around that. But we're still seeing lots of schools using suspension and expulsion as the primary mode of dealing with the problem. And I think that schools sometimes are really under-resourced in terms of being able, and there's not enough tiered services, behavioral health services for young people to go into. So that's another key sort of element that needs to be in place for schools to be able to do that referral out.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks so much for having me. I don't want to take up too much more time because I'm sure Cullen has plenty to share as well.
Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you.
Mr. Ryan, you're on.
Hi, everybody. Thank you again for giving me some time here today and for all that you do. And Liz, that was an excellent presentation that I get to follow you, because that sort of opens the door to all kinds of things. I think I'll just come at this from a little bit different angle to kind of round it out. I think there are huge similarities between the dilemma of homelessness and the dilemma of people who are criminal justice involved. And I think that the similarity is that people being involved in either system represents a failure of other systems. And as Liz alluded to, when folks do not have their needs met from in terms of having serious and persistent mental illness, we see them pop into homelessness, we see them pop into the criminal justice system. When people are actively involved in substance use disorder, that illness, we see them also fall into homelessness, fall into the criminal justice system. So my angle to come in here today is to say that when I look at homelessness, and there's some 5,500 people who experience homelessness, probably our best count was in 2019 before COVID. But it's pretty overwhelming to think, how are you going to end that? But what you realize when you start to drill into it is that the vast majority of people who experience homelessness, the vast majority, are there because of really relatively minor circumstances that are resolved quickly and relatively easily. And obviously poverty is a common denominator, underlies all of this, and the lack of housing, affordable housing that people can access, throws a lot of people into homelessness. But what happens is that shelters have only so much capacity. And when you look at it from the other angle, if you've got 80 or 90% of people circumstantially homeless, what happens is that there's this 2% at the other end of the equation that are homeless every single day, and they're homeless perpetually. They're chronically homeless, and we call them long-term stayers. And this group, although they're very small in numbers, ends up staying night after night at shelters and using up the beds, such that there's no room for the 80 or 90% that are circumstantially homeless. And when you start to look at homelessness that way, you start to realize that rather than to try to hurry and try to help 5,500 people get housed, if instead you really zero in on the 100 or 150 or maybe 200 people who are there the longest and get those folks housed, suddenly the system has capacity. And suddenly you can really focus your attention on people who are circumstantially homeless. And that job is much easier when you don't have right in your way somebody with serious and persistent mental illness who is thoroughly psychotic, or somebody who's active in substance use disorder that you're trying to figure out what to do with as well. And I think that the identical thing happens in our criminal justice system. We have a lot of people who touch it, but a small group who touch it a lot of times, over and over again. And that same thing happens with our health system. Emergency rooms, maybe each of you maybe have touched an emergency room in the last number of years, or had to go into the hospital. But most likely it has been a rarity and you're not there all the time. But there are a small group of people who are there all the time. They're there regularly. And the common denominator between all of these three systems and the fact that there's a small group that's touching them all, what that small group has in common is that they lack housing. And as Liz alluded to, when you don't have that basic framework, everything else falls apart. When people have serious and persistent mental illness, we know that that usually means that we're talking about a population who have psychotic symptoms. Now, they're not oriented to person, place, or time. And we know that those symptoms, are exacerbated by stress. And we know that arguably the most stressful situation you can be in is chronic homelessness. And so when we leave somebody in chronic homelessness, we're very likely to see that person floridly psychotic. And conversely, if you take that person and you move them into housing, you subtract that stress. And we watch people clear of their symptoms. And although they may have a mental illness, their symptoms are not acute and they're not constant. And that's the difference that housing makes. It subtracts that stress, it allows stability, and people are no longer as ill as they were before. And now you can approach that person and get some traction in terms of helping them get well in the way that you couldn't when they were in a shelter, when they were in an emergency of homelessness, when they were outside, when they're in the middle of very acute symptoms. And so that's the magic of housing people. And the magic of targeting the really small group who, if you can house them, will make the most difference to a number of different systems. All of those systems that I mentioned, the homelessness system, the criminal justice system, the mental health and hospital systems, healthcare systems, they tend to be siloed and don't connect with one another. And so what happens is that if you ask them, they will describe a list of people, know them by names, that are ricocheting regularly into their system. And they will all say this, but those systems are not talking to one another to do something about it, to get each of those people housed. And that same group of people is touching all of these systems. So I wanted to just really zero my comments into one piece of legislation, and it's an important piece of legislation, but it's also a paradigm shift. And that is the FUSE bill that Representative Morales has in. It was in last year. It was unanimously endorsed out of the Health and Human Services Committee. It was all set to go into the gavel. It had broad bipartisan support, and then the legislature adjourned. It has no fiscal note. It simply says there's a small group of people who are ricocheting through all these expensive emergency systems. Let's get people to talk to one another in all these systems and figure out a way, a plan, a strategy to get these people housed. Because we know that once we have them housed, they will no longer touch each of these systems. We'll save a boatload of money. These people will be better for it. And it just seems like a wise thing to do. So that bill is in again. But what is the paradigm change is that this will start the ball rolling with these disparate systems who are overwhelmed, largely because of this small group of people who they are busy with every single day. It gets them talking to one another, and it gets them planning together, and it gets them solving some of those underlying issues that have demonstrated themselves as a system failure that's led to homelessness, led to criminal justice involvement, led to frequent hospitalizations and expensive mental health crisis service treatment instead of regular health care that's much less expensive. So I don't have much in the way of anything. Let's see if I can I share my screen? Actually, I don't see the thing to, oh, there it is, good. So I just want to just put this, can you see some writing? Okay, so this is just a one-page description of this, what this FUSE does, describes that there's a small group of people in Maine. They're known by name. They're known by police, rescue, jails. They're in all these systems. Everybody is stretched thin. The FUSE is designed to pull these folks together and zeroes in on a group, one person at a time, using by name lists and figuring out a way to get that happening. It targets the 1% who use 30% of our resources. And if we don't have an initiative that pulls folks together, we will remain very busy and do things exactly the same, and all these systems will be overwhelmed. But if we instead focus on housing these folks, we will have a game changer in terms of how we deal with this. There is an article that was written 14 years ago now by Malcolm Gladwell called $1 Million Murray. If you have not read this, it's like 6 pages long. It's one of the most powerful articles that really describes what happens when the systems don't talk to one another and there's a person who ricochets and how much that system costs. I urge you to read this. I'd love to send this to you, but if you can't, just look up $1 Million Murray. It's a well-known article. You'll be able to see it, pull it up and read it. But that just it illustrates the story better than I think anybody can do. And we have a whole bunch of $1 Million Murrays in Maine right now. So, and here's why, because when you put somebody in jail, we have to think of it as $903 a day. And again, this is from, I think, mostly 2018, 2019 statistics. So these have probably gone up, but $47,000 per year. You know this. $1,000 per day to have somebody in the emergency room. That doesn't count all the other systems that are involved to get that person there. And it doesn't also count for the fact that most often this population ends up having to stay past the emergency room, and then the hospitalization costs money. $1,200 per month or $14,000 a year to keep somebody in the least expensive emergency system. Oxford Street Shelter is an outlier. Most are much more expensive. But just keeping somebody in a homeless shelter for a month costs far more than the actual cost of paying for an apartment for a person. And bear that in mind. But while that person is in the shelter, they're ricocheting. And while they're outside, they're ricocheting even more. And then in contrast, that when somebody's at Riverview, it's $3,000 a day or $159,000. And there's the math. So we know that if instead we house somebody, it's $9,800 a year to get somebody into an apartment. That's gone up a little bit, but not much, still less than a shelter. And then for about $2,000 a year more, you can have support services that wrap around that individual, assuming that it's somebody who has a caseload of 25, they're paid around this. So about $11,000, you can have somebody be stably housed and no longer touch the system. So I'm happy to send that to you. Let's see, I got to figure out how to get back here. I'm sorry. Here we go. So I just wanted to just spend some time talking about that, because I think that if we can get folks thinking about that piece of legislation will be a game changer. There's a few things that are already in motion. There are folks that are working with the state of Maine, providing technical assistance for Medicaid Innovation Accelerator program that basically is figuring out a way to wrap services around the 200 most expensive people who are ricocheting through all these systems. That's already in motion, and the state is trying to figure out a chapter of Medicaid to bill and low barrier access so that these folks can get the services they need. And a whole bunch of people who want to do this can now provide the support services to help do that. There are Corporation for Supportive Housing, which actually initiated FUSE, and there are some 40 different FUSE places across the country that have shown great success in reducing numbers. Again, one person at a time, you chalk up the savings by what each person now no longer touches and costs us. They are working with the Statewide Homeless Council to do a system redesign that's going to encourage Maine Housing to start developing some permanent supportive housing for this population, because we know that if we have some places to put people, we can then do that. And so these things are in motion already, and it's going to help. So we're sort of already paddling in this right direction. This bill just sort of takes us over the edge, because we don't always have, I've been running for 5.5 years, a long-term stayer by name weekly meeting, by name list for the longest stayers in Portland. We have housed now 298 people, the longest stayers in Portland, which means the longest stayers in Maine. They have a 94.9% success rate in their housing. Now, that's remarkable. That's taking a person who we know, when they have been homeless for decades, they don't look good. They don't look like they're housable. They look like they'll be a huge challenge. And then watching what happens, that when we put them into just an apartment with adequate support, with a rental subsidy, not even formal supportive housing, where a building and a flexible landlord like myself, is working to try to make this successful. These folks are successful because they get in housing and they have the support they need at a rate that's just about 95%. So we know this works. We know that once we get people in housing, they stay. So at any rate, I thank you for the time to speak with you about this today. I'm happy to answer questions, and I hope this gets you thinking about some really concrete, tangible things that this committee can do to actually make a meaningful difference and take pressure off the system and solve lots of problems at once.
Thank you, Colin. That was really terrific. I see Senator Searway and Senator DeChambeau.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ryan. I just I wanted to ask you if you had any information where you could compare to what you're talking about and how the veterans are handling their homeless. I know I was on Veterans and Legal Affairs, and we've been putting a lot of work on the homeless for the veterans, and they've made big strides. And I think if you could kind of model that, at least, you know, how they're doing that and attacking it, maybe it might be a good combined effort.
Yes, I'd be happy to. Thank you, Senator. So when about 15 years ago, my organization created the first housing for homeless veterans. And at that time, Toga said, "You can't do that." And we said, "Yes, we can." And we did. And so we've kept at it. But at that time, I estimated there were about 750 homeless veterans in the state of Maine. Since that time, the federal government decided, and Congress just started to agree that they should do something about homelessness amongst veterans, that veterans should not be homeless. And so what happened was suddenly there was an investment of resources to put to end homelessness amongst veterans. Those resources came into Maine. They came in the form of HUD-VASH, which is a rental subsidy that basically is a Section 8 voucher coupled with a licensed clinician that wraps support around an individual. And we've gotten a number of those into Maine. Those have targeted the chronically homeless veterans, which was a high percentage of veterans. They also brought in something called grant per diem, which was sort of a transitional type of approach. And finally, they brought in rapid rehousing approach, which was the SSVF program, supportive services for veterans and their families, which really, there's not so much need around families. These are mostly single individuals. But what it did was it got people into housing. And frankly, the VA was really quite slow about getting their resources out. So this basically moved people into housing and allowed the VA some time to catch up through the bureaucracy to follow that with what was needed to keep that person in housing. And it's been a successful combination. Before the pandemic, we got down just around 100 homeless veterans, down from 750 in Maine. That's pretty remarkable. The latest numbers as of earlier today, 165 homeless veterans, and about 30 of them were chronic. But we were down to less than 10 chronically homeless. Now,
right. What's
happened is the pandemic has really changed homelessness a lot, but I think changed it temporarily. What we have is folks that are sort of, all people who experience homelessness are sort of staying put where they are. And it's also been very difficult to access housing because people who are in housing are also staying put. So there's been very little turnover. That has sort of changed things so that there has been a lack of movement through the system, and it's slowed it down. So we've gone from 100 to 165, 169 homeless veterans. But Maine's on track to be one of the first state to end homelessness amongst veterans. We have counties, we have urban areas, we have other success stories across the nation as a result of having adequate resources. But Maine is that close because we're talking about 160 some people that we know by name. That are being tracked by countless agencies that are all working together in concert to get these people housed and figure out what they need. And all we need to do is to get to functional zero is to be able to account for all of them and know that each of them has the resources they need, a rental subsidy, access to housing, to be housed within 2 months. And we can say we're at functional zero. So we're really close. We're also really close and in chronic homelessness in Maine. We would be the first state to do that as well. We got down as low as 80 people in that arena by focusing on the longest stayers. That has jumped up a little bit, similarly to the veterans, but we're within, we're within 100, 150 people who are chronically homeless in the entire state. And if we can get those folks housed, we'll change the whole face of homelessness. So thank you for raising that. It can be done. We should be encouraged that we can get this work done if we direct resources to the right places. We know exactly how to end homelessness. We know exactly how to actually get people out of the criminal justice system too, I would dare say.
Great. Senator DeChambeau.
Hi, I'm back. Mr. Ryan, I'm sorry I missed part of your presentation. What you just showed up about the Fuse program, did you send that to us? I'll have to look at my email.
I'm happy to do that. I have to figure out how to do that or to whom to send it, but I'm happy to do that.
Yeah,
okay.
Jane Overton, right. I've spoken to Representative Morales briefly about this. I can't get into it too much because it's still an LR bill. We just turned it in. It'll have an LD. It was started by city councils and mayors and town managers. It's really a municipality bill. It will permit the use of TIFs to, I'm trying to get the right word, to cover the costs associated with developing affordable housing and working with the local housing authority. I think that's a novel idea and an interesting one. There in the TAFE legislation, the law, that's a loophole that they hope to tighten up and be able to use the money that they're giving big developers and to turn around and use it for affordable housing in the town. So that's one thing they discovered because of COVID. People are maybe losing their homes and the new homeless people. So I'll be working with Victoria. We'll look at those bills, and I think mine will be one of them in the packet. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you for saying that, Senator. And there's a dearth of affordable housing in Maine. I think that everyone has realized that we need to do something to change that and make places for people to go. I'll give you a couple examples. We have, for the first time in my career, 34 years, some rental subsidies to meet the needs of people. And what's happening is that the populations, we're getting them to the right people. They've got these rental subsidies. Anywhere in the state, they're looking around for their housing. They get an extension because they can't find any housing to use it in. They exhaust that extension and they hand back in the rental subsidy. There's simply no place to go. So we need to create housing that welcomes in populations. And what you talked about, things like TIF, that allows for the playing field to be leveled to allow development to actually occur. There's other things around zoning that can be done that actually will welcome people in. But all these things need to kind of work in concert to make sure that we have places for people to live that they can afford. Can't just say we have to house these people without any place to put them.
Representative Warren, may I just follow up with a comment there?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And it truly is a comment. You reminded me of something. I couldn't believe what I was reading in my own hometown. Someone bought apartment buildings, probably 50, 60 apartment buildings last year for $3.8 million or something, truly a lot. Fixed it up a little every time someone left, a new refrigerator, a new floor, what have you. Someone bought it this year, and that gentleman last year made $1.8 million. Bought it for over $5 million. The rest of the story is 2 years ago and last year, those apartments were anywhere from $750 to $1,000. They're now up to $1,600. And we're talking about 50, 60 apartment buildings. Nice neighborhood, but you can imagine the people that could afford $1,000 can't turn around and find another 600. It's unconscionable that happened, but two people made out like a bandit. So Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. We're seeing that happen all over the state, a dramatic increase in the cost of apartments. And right now, landlords that say, being really selective and saying, we don't want people who need rental assistance at all here. And so we're going to put the rents above that, and then folks aren't able to access that. So they're boxed out. So we have to do something about it. I was talking to my sister last night, who's out in San Jose, and just trying to figure out what they can do about homelessness out there. And of course, ranches like between $1 and $2 million out there. But they have a park, and there are some, I think she said there are 5,000 people who are outside in that park, and the city doesn't know what to do about it. So it can happen really quickly that there is no room for large volumes of people and they get stuck. So we have to do something proactive about it.
Representative Lookner.
Hey, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation, Mr. Ryan. This has been a great conversation. I really appreciate the discussion about the intersection of housing and criminal justice, and it's just endless. And I know Representative Morales has been working on a lot of housing issues, as have I. I've got a couple bills in pertaining to zoning and decreasing, increasing inclusionary zoning in municipalities, things that would really make a big difference in increasing the amount of affordable housing, protecting renters. It just goes on. And I'm just wondering, why is it that these issues that are so pertinent to criminal justice, and this is just kind of like a bigger discussion, why don't we have any purview over housing? It seems like that's something that really there needs to be a bigger framework there. So I'm just kind of spouting off here, but anyway, I just think this discussion really highlights that, and that's what I wanted to say. Thanks.
Yeah, the statewide, thank you, Representative Lookner, and thank you for your bills that are in. I'm familiar with the titles at least, and pleased to see efforts in that direction. The statewide homeless council worked with the criminal justice system to develop a blueprint of what steps they could take to end homelessness. And we had key players in the room talking for a number of months and really itemizing the things that they could see would help them get people out of prisons primarily, and jails. And again, the homeless population kind of rarely touches prisons, but more frequently touches jails redundantly. But what they could do, the issues are the same. They needed places for people to go, number one. Next, they needed intensive case managers that would wrap around people, much more of that, because they needed to follow these people. If they didn't get supports, they came right back. And if they didn't have housing, they wouldn't make it work at all, and they came right back. And so we need to really be attending to these things. You need an exit ramp out of the criminal justice system, and it must include housing. Or else it's a revolving door.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So I don't see any more questions. And before we say goodbye to you and move on to talking about the budget, I'll give you a little bit of a full circle moment. So Senator DeChambeau's very first job was working at the girls' prison, or the girls, what was it called, Senator? The girls' school, Stevens School for Girls.
Stevens School for Girls.
I live right across the street from it. And now Community Housing of Maine has a development there. And yes, we recently were able to invite a whole bunch of new folks to our community. And so talk about, greatness. We also have 2 dorms on that facility for the University of Maine at Augusta. So, moving away from this old space that was for, a prison for girls, and now using it for affordable housing and dormitory for the University of Maine at Augusta. And it's really become quite a gem in our city. So I thank you for that, Cullen. We love it.
Thank you for saying that. And I just wanted to point out to Senator Serway that also is targeting long-term stayers that are homeless veterans in there. And so we've been targeting those populations and welcoming them in. They blended in seamlessly. It's a beautiful building, a beautiful campus, and I agree with you more, Representative Warren. Thank you.
It's beautiful. And in case you don't know, I happen to have the cutest dogs in the world. And so I walk them across the street every day. And so I've had the opportunity to meet a lot of folks because I have the cutest dogs. So they all want to, you know, everybody wants to say hello. So thank you both so much. No more questions. So we'll say goodbye to you and move on to the budget discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving us time. Take care.
Take care. All right, so up next, I know we have lots of folks from DPS and DOC that have joined us, and Jane sent out to us yesterday or the day before, they've all sort of run together already, our voting sheets for the supplemental budget. Jane will, I think traditionally how we've done it, Jane, we walk right through it according to the voting sheets. We'll have discussion on it. We have folks from the department here. Basically, what we do is as we go through each initiative, if you want to have more time to speak about that initiative or for us to talk together about that initiative, we might put that one aside and move on to the next. And we'll go through vote by vote, getting sort of moving through all of the ones that we're unanimous on, which I suspect will be a lot of them. And then we'll come back to the ones we want to talk about. That's the system we've used in the past. It seems to work well. Open to other suggestions. But Jane, you want to kick us off? You're muted.
Hi. I'm trying to get open the report back document.
Great. And while you're doing that, does anybody on the committee need that, or do you have it? Because we can put it in the chat or something if you don't have it.
Would it be possible to share it on the screen so that as we're going through it, we can see it?
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, that's
and I don't have to have my phone next to me.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Hold on just a second.
Sure.
It is also in the committee committee materials under supplemental budget materials. No, it's not there.
It's on if you go to the main budget site.
Well, sorry. Let me.
Can Deb do it?
Yeah, that's a good question.
She could try.
There you go. All right. There you go.
Looks good so far. There it is.
Oh, good.
So this goes through, and I did send it to you under the something that I would have called like budget report back or voting sheet, I think I called it, if you want to try to find yours. But maybe the first thing I could do is check with both departments. I spent a little bit of time looking at these, and when I read the initiative, under each initiative, I believe that every initiative means, it says that this initiative relates to curtailments ordered in the financial order from back in September. Could the departments speak up if they are aware of any initiative that is not included in a curtailment order?
I have none, the Department of Corrections.
No,
Thank
Jane, and
you.
we're good as well. Thank you.
Okay. So, Suzanne Voynick from OFPR, you're on with us, I think. Could you explain to us the significance of the fact that these initiatives are already in the curtailment order? What does that mean?
The departments can add if they'd like to, but in the state budget world, in our Constitution, our budget has to be balanced at the end of each fiscal year. And once the legislature adjourned last spring, it became clear that we were not going to be in balance. So the governor has at her authority to do what's called a curtailment, and that's just another word for spending cut. So it reduces the amount that departments can spend so that the budget is balanced. And in a normal world where we're not talking about government, it would just be cut and we would move on and we wouldn't have this supplemental budget to deal with. But because she only has that as her authority, once the legislature comes back, she needs to propose a supplemental budget. She does not have the authority to cut an appropriation or an allocation. That can only be done by the legislature. She can propose that, which she's done in the budget, but it has to be approved by the legislature. So we come along now, and now we're dealing with a supplemental budget that will formally reduce the appropriations and or allocations that she curtailed last year.
Okay, so Suzanne, in a normal time, a supplemental budget might add some money where it's needed or subtract some money where it's not needed, or spend some additional money that comes in and is available. But this supplemental budget just makes permanent in this fiscal year the cuts that have been made on a temporary basis through the financial order.
That's correct.
Okay.
And there's some behind the scenes thing that get done as part of this curtailment, but I'm not going to go in to that detail and bore you to death. But anyway,
okay.
That's kind of the answer.
So that's the context for these proposed changes in the budget. So the first one you'll see up there in section A8, this is Department of Corrections. The first one, Representative Warren, do you want the departments to explain these, or do you want any explanation? Do you want us to just look at this first page and see if there are any questions?
Yeah, the latter. But so because we already did a public hearing on this and we mailed it out to folks quite a while ago, so we don't need to go through and present everything again. But certainly if anybody has any questions, I want to make sure that they get those, they get a chance to ask those. But before we start, I just have an additional question, and then I want to know if committee members have process questions. This is probably a misunderstanding on my part. I hear what you're saying, that what we're doing is sort of a process of saying it's okay with the legislature that the governor did these curtailments, these 10% curtailments. But in addition,
you don't have to say that. You can say something else.
that's what the process is. That's what this process is. But in addition, there's something else happening here also, where we're moving funding that would normally, let's say, be in the Department of Corrections and come from the general fund. That money is being moved back into the general fund, and those things are being funded instead by CARES money, by federal money. So aren't there two things happening here, more than just curtailment?
That is happening in some of these lines, yes.
Okay, good. So that was my question. Great. And I saw that Representative Rudnicki had a question, please, and then Representative Pickett.
Yeah, I'm going to have some questions on anything that is related to the COVID fund shift. So the one, like on the first page, if you're relating to specifically to the first page, then I don't know how you want to do this, if you want to wait and take care of them all at the same time, but it's going to be, those are the ones that I'm going to have the most questions on.
Okay, that makes sense. So do you want to ask your question specifically about COVID funding right now with this initiative to get us started?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Great, thank you.
So to start off then, all it says is personal services. So if we look at that under the adult community correction, it just says personal services for $6.5 million that is shifted in. And the only justification is that it's COVID relief fund. Could you, for public health and safety, could I get an explanation as to what we're actually looking at for that $6.5 million?
Yes, thank you, Representative. It's a good question. The Corona Relief Relief Fund allowed us to pay salaries and stipends of those corrections officers in those lines, and so that's what we did. We paid salaries and the $5 stipend.
So
they displaced state appropriations.
So I have some concerns because I've been going over what the coronavirus funds can be used for, and one of the big thing that says in the paperwork for that, because the question that I had asked last week had to do with shifting money that way. And one of the big statements that's in the CARES Act right off the bat is that it cannot be used with respect for personal expenses or personnel expenses that are not already in, so that are already in the budget. So if it's already in the budget, it's my understanding is under the coronavirus funds, it is supposed to be used for excess of things that are needed for the COVID relief, not the current budget, not the budget that's already done. Under the paperwork that I have, this was set up from the guidelines on September 2nd and just reinforced with this one that I pulled offline. So if it's already in as payroll, it's not supposed to be used. So if it's already in the budget, it's not supposed to be coming out of COVID funds. So if we're paying corrections officers already, if we pay them extra for whatever, but not part of that if it's already in the budget.
Okay, that may be a question for DAFs. We paid overtime and the $5 stipend out of that money also. Anything to add from DAFs?
Hi, Randy, it's Scott.
Hey, Scott.
The numbers that you're seeing for personal services were determined by the budget office and DAFs, being Kirsten Figueroa. So these numbers were handed down to us from them when they did the calculations to come up under the deficit.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Good to hear from you. Let's do, I wonder if we might be able to get the commissioner or someone from the commissioner's office to answer these questions. Representative Rudnicki, would you share that document in the chat for us, whatever you're looking at? And what date is that of the CARES funding that you're looking at?
The date on the papers that I got, and I got it off the budget site. It's one that she referred to last week when I asked the question. let me see if I can share it. I think I can share it in the, but I got it off the, off after I questioned it, and it's dated January 15th, 2021.
Thank you. Okay, so let's put that in the parking lot for a second. Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So if I'm understanding this correctly, these are one-time cuts that were made in the budget, and they show up as savings because they're being backfilled by the coronavirus or the CARES Act or whatever you want to call that. Am I correct in that, first of all?
That's correct.
Okay. And so I think what Representative Nikki was saying was she was exactly right. And as far as if you did any additional, in other words, if you needed to go beyond what your budget was for salaries and so on and so forth, you had to do it because of the coronavirus, then that would meet the criteria. And I think what you're saying, the overtime and the $5 stipend, those were things that originated out of the coronavirus. But what makes it difficult for me anyways, and for others is, and I know it's hard to do, but you got the one big figure there, and then you got a block of things down below that justifies each and every one of those big figures. And I know that's the way we normally do these appropriations and allocations. I understand that, but there's probably going to be questions going on that, only because I've got two people that are on the committee for the very first time, and they want to understand what we're doing and how. And this is a different type of budget that we've worked with, because we've not had to deal with a pandemic like this before. But the whole key is, I guess the point I want to make is that the money that came in the CARES Act, the thing that's really troubling for me and for many others in my party, I believe, is that the fact that these funds came in, but yet we had no voice in where they were going and how they were going to go. And I know that that's nothing here that anybody can answer that question for here, but that was very, very disturbing for us, because it was a large packet. And quite frankly, I believe that all of us in the legislature should have been called back in and gone over that and made some determinations on where it could best be used and where not. So that's why we maybe dig down a little bit on this more than we did in the actual orientation and when we went over it the first time. But just to help us to understand what we're actually doing here and how it actually is affecting the way we move forward. Because these are one-time cuts. These are, and when we get into positions and stuff like that, we got other questions and stuff. So just to set the stage that there will be some questions along the way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Next, I saw Representative Rudnicki and then Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Commissioner, could you tell me who was considered for hazard pay? You mentioned the other day when you mentioned that there was $5 an hour for some and $3 for another. Could you differentiate that for me?
Sure. The individuals that had direct contact, continuous direct contact, for example, an officer in a pod, and they had continuous contact in that congregate setting, they received the $5 stipend. In an example, individuals that were working in the correctional facility, but maybe working in an administrative area where they didn't have close contact with residents on a continual basis, they received the $3 stipend.
So they received the stipends even though they weren't in direct contact with somebody that had COVID, but just because they were working in corrections. Is that what you're saying?
In a correctional facility, correct. They reported to the main state prison. They were in the facility, but they did not have continuous contact with the residents.
All right, thank you.
Okay, great. So before Representative Morales goes, Jane or Deb, can we get somebody from the commissioner's office to answer some of these questions, or should I be making that request?
I can't do that because I'm on shared screen. I don't have access to the chat room.
That's what I thought.
Either of the commissioners have a staff person who could, or Suzanne, could you check and see if we could get someone from Bureau of Budget? Best actually to get Commissioner Figueroa.
I'm happy to try to do that, and Senator DeChambeau will take over chairing for now.
It looks like Commissioner Liberty is making that call.
Awesome.
Okay. I went to voicemail.
Okay. Suzanne, are you on with us?
I am here. If you want somebody from DAFS, you might want to, Representative Warren, you might want to reach out to Jenny Boyden. I can't remember her title, but she works for the commissioner.
Could you do that for us,
Sure,
Suzanne?
I'll call and see if I can get in touch with her, unless the commissioner of corrections would like to do it. Doesn't matter to me.
It looks like we need you to do it for us.
Okay, I'll call her and see if I
Kristen or Jenny or whoever.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so next we had Representative Morales.
Thank you. So my thoughts on looking at this budget, and I am glad for Representative Rudnicki's questioning and Representative Pickett, because it is hard to see this. And I remember in my first term last session, just not really being able to understand the budget. So to be able to make it much clearer, I agree wholeheartedly with that, and the way it's presented would be helpful. But I can't stop thinking about, and it's kind of exactly the last line that Cullen Ryan just said to us, that we need an exit ramp out of the criminal justice system that must include housing, or else it will continue to be a revolving door. And I know we talked about this a lot last session as well. And so what I would really like to see, given that we've heard that having these supports in the community creates public safety, reduces recidivism, lowers costs, given the numbers that we're seeing that are reducing in the number of residents in our prisons. Excuse me, I just got to close this door. I would like to see something represented in this supplemental budget, and it hadn't occurred to me that if this 6.5 million that's being replaced by federal dollars is actually going back into the general fund, and if that is in fact legal to do, then that would be a significant amount of funding that we could use to fund this exit ramp, or some portion of it, or a percentage of it. And so I'd like to see something in there like that. And, and part of me, I'd asked a lot of questions about vacancies, and I haven't gotten all of that from the Department of Corrections, but DPS just sent that information, and there are a number of vacancies that have been vacant for quite some time. So thinking about the strategy moving forward on that, and if there's a plan to fill those right now, or is it a long-term plan? What about the ones that have been vacant for 2 years? So these are just sort of the things that are going on in my mind that I wanted to put out there for everybody.
Great, thank you, Representative. And I'm with you on that. I'm definitely with Representative Rudnicki on her questions around, I'm not willing to take any vote till I know exactly what we're looking at here for as far as these personnel costs, but also, I understand the difference between the supplemental and the biennial, but this may be a real opportunity to talk about where exactly these dollars are going. So I don't want to miss that opportunity. And it looks like we've been joined by the Associate Commissioner of DAFS. Ms. Boyden, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you for joining us so quickly. We have a question from one of our members that I think multiple people actually have the question. Representative Rudnicki, would you be willing to ask the question again?
Sure. Hi, Jenny. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Jenny and I served on a school board together.
Oh, I love it. Perfect.
So the question is, when we're looking at our budget and we're looking, specific one I'm looking at is the Adult Community Corrections 0124. And it's under the, it says personal services, and there's $6.5 million that is being shifted from the budget from coronavirus money. And the question is, based on the reading that I've been doing from what I was told to look at last week from the commissioner, is that it's not supposed to include current budget funds, but only those in excess of what would actually be used for COVID money. So the question on this particular one and those moving forward is, what is personal services? What is that shift? What is that money?
Sure. Thank you for the question. In most instances, what the coronavirus relief funds can be used for are things that were unbudgeted as of March 27th. However, the difference is specifically with payroll-related costs associated with public health and public safety employees. It was published in the Federal Register, and we also had received guidance earlier last year from US Treasury that, I'll read it right from the Register. In recognition of the particular importance of public health and public safety workers to state, local, and tribal government responses to the public health emergency, Treasury has provided an administrative accommodation that a state, local, or tribal government may presume that public health and public safety employees meet the substantially dedicated test, unless the chief executive determines specific circumstances otherwise. So what that's saying is, because the federal government is saying, we presume that all of your public health and public safety are doing work to mitigate coronavirus, you may use coronavirus relief funds to cover their personal services or payroll costs. That's what personal services are. It's the payroll and benefits cost of state employees. So it also goes on to identify what they are considering public health and public safety employees. And it includes police officers, sheriffs, deputy sheriffs, firefighters, emergency responders, correctional and detention officers, and those who directly support such employees. So that's the guidance that we have that would make all of these expenses allowable to be reimbursed with the coronavirus relief funds.
So under the Federal Register, on page 4185 of that I'm looking at, first column, about halfway down, it says, with respect to personnel expenses, though the fund was not intended to be used to cover government payroll expenses generally, the fund was intended to provide assistance to address increased expenses. So I'm concerned that if we're using it to cover the payroll versus because that was already budgeted, and using it for this, I'm just afraid at some point this is going to come back to bite us and having to reimburse.
Right. When we read the whole document together, the interpretation that we've had, and we have conversed with the governor's legal counsel as well, is that these are allowable expenditures through the end of the period. And when this was prepared, that was through December 30th, 2020.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on mute. Thank you. That clears it up. Senator, how about you take over?
Yeah, I was, okay. I saw Representative Vinecki's hand still up, but okay. But anyone else, how do you wish to proceed now? Do you want to start with each one?
Well, I want to make sure that we're all set with the associate commissioner, so we don't keep her here if we're good on that question. Does that make sense to everyone, and everyone agree that because it's in these departments, public health and public safety, those expenses are allowable? I see Representative Pickett and Representative Rudnicki. Representative Pickett?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Boyden, thank you for dropping by. So basically, as long as the civil emergency is in order, then that means that these things here, these protocol and stuff are all in place for the spending of the supplementing and whatever with the spending of the coronavirus or the CARES fund. Is that correct?
No, I don't believe this is tied to the civil emergency that is effectuated by the governor. This has to do with the dates that are in the federal regulation. So at the beginning in the CARES Act put the allowability date for coronavirus relief funds from March 1st, 2020 through December 30th, 2020. And the Consolidated Appropriations Act that was signed on the 27th extended the allowability period through December 31st, 2021.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Representative Renecki, you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I still have some real concerns because we're looking at close to, well, over $68 million that's just being shifted for Corona money out of this CARES Act. I have some concerns, and I will tell you, you know, I'm up front. I'm going to be voting no on these issues because I just think that we're looking at things down the road that we could be caught having to repay some of this money. So I'll be voting no on these particular initiatives. Thank you.
So shall we go one after another or what? Any other general questions?
Ms. Boyden, thank you so much for joining us to answer those questions. We appreciate it.
Whoops.
Not a problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So should we start from the top, or I think we should just to get it through.
Sounds good.
All right. So this is the administration. Savings of 201,600. And you see the justification for that? Any questions on that one?
I'd make a motion to move this in.
It's been moved. Should I request a second? Probably.
I'll second.
Okay. Any questions?
Who seconded? I think you have to use names because we don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Representative Costain seconded.
Okay.
So moved by Representative Warren, seconded by Costain. All those in favor?
Oh,
Oh, that's kind of hard. How are we doing this? Representative Morales, do you have a question before we vote?
Oh, I was saying aye.
Oh, okay.
I think you need a roll call.
Okay.
Just raise your hands on the thing.
It's kind of hard. I think she's correct. If Deb, would you be able to do a roll call, please, on each one?
Sure.
Thank you.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yay.
Do you want me to repeat each one?
No.
Okay. Senator Lawrence.
He's not here, is he?
Okay. Senator Searway.
Aye.
Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Reckett.
Not here?
Not here.
Nope, she had to go to a meeting, sorry.
Representative Sharp, I don't believe is here. Representative Buckner.
Aye.
Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Costain.
Aye.
Representative Rudnicki.
Aye.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to propose a different way because this is going to take us a really long time. So how about if we go through each initiative, if we have any disagreement, we set it aside. We then take a unanimous vote on everything we all agree on and get that out of the way. Then we'll deal with the ones and we can do roll calls on the ones we're separate on. I don't think it's sustainable to do roll calls on all these votes. Senator, does that make sense to you?
It does. And so we'll just go to the next one. And if everybody's in agreement, what do I do? Ask if everybody's in agreement and then take a vote? We could take,
I think what you could do, Senator, is just ask anybody to identify that one as one you set aside.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
And then at the end, you take a vote on all the ones that are not set aside. Then you go back to the set aside ones.
Yep. Okay. All right, let's be mindful that 3 are missing, Senator Lawrence and Representative Reckitt and Representative Sharp are no longer here. So let's see if I understood your suggestion, Jane. So we're down to adult community corrections. Anyone having any problems with that one? Okay. Want to come back to that and keep all of those?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And adult community corrections, that has to do with, I think we've spent some time on that. So we'll have some issues with that, right?
Yes, that's reference 93. If we use the reference number, it might make it easier for you.
Oh, thank you. I've got too much in my head right now. Thank you with that. Okay, so we're setting aside 93. We're up to 112, Bolduc Correctional Facility.
I'd like that one set aside as well, please.
Set aside? Okay. We're up to the Correctional Center, and that is reference 99. There's a couple of Correctional Center ones, and this one is vehicles, building repairs, what have you. Anyone want to set that aside or keep going? Okay, that'll come back. Correctional Center reference 100.
Set aside, please.
Can I ask a question, Senator?
Representative Morales?
Yeah, just for clarification, I'm reading the ones that Representative Rudnicki is wanting set aside, and it says personal services as opposed to personnel. And I don't know I don't know the distinction between the two for this, and maybe it's something for the commissioner to look at. Personnel versus personnel.
When we come back, can we ask that?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Good catch. I don't know. And now we're up to general, where are we? Oh, corrections food. And that is reference 114. We're all set with that?
Senator?
Yes.
Aye.
Representative Pickett?
Yes. Could I have about 2 minutes with my caucus? 2 minutes, that's all I need.
You know how to do that? And okay.
Yeah, we're all right here.
You're all right here.
We're all right here. 2 minutes, I'll be right back with you.
All right.
Thank you.
Representative Pickett, I'm not sure whether your YouTube is on, if you're off the screen.
We do have the YouTube on in the committee room, but we won't be in the committee room.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, while they're there, Victoria, once I have an LD on that housing bill, I don't know the other housing bills. You're more on top of that than I am. So,
Yeah, that'd be great. Come on Wednesday at 8, next Wednesday at 8. And then we could also chat offline, you and I together, but I love it.
I
It's
think
needed.
I do have that. I wrote it down. I woke up this morning and I couldn't believe I had 27 new emails from when I went to bed. So, yeah.
Yes, I hear you.
Senator Shambo, can I just double check with you? I'm trying to make a note of everything that people said they wanted set aside.
Yep,
which
I got it.
Sort of temporary tabled.
Yep.
And is that so far 92, 93?
No, 92 was okay.
92 is okay? Okay, so it's
That was
not,
out of state travel.
okay. 93
Yes,
and 112?
correct.
And that's
And
it?
no, and 100.
I'm
I
back.
believe we didn't take a vote on that one. Oh, wait a minute.
Yes, you're right. 100 is set aside.
I'm back.
Hey, Richard.
Wow.
Representative Pickett.
I have a statement if it's okay. Is that okay? Is that okay?
Yeah,
And if-
that's a quick
and
2 minutes.
Because of not wanting to go through this as smoothly and quickly as we can, but to make sure that anyone's objections are obviously noted. The ones that you've noticed so far that have been objected to after we did the first one are all having to do with the coronavirus. So unless there is any other objection from anybody else on something other than the coronavirus relief funds being used, all we need to do is on those, when we get to those will be objected to, just so we'll be taking a vote on those. Anything else, unless there's another objection, we can just do as Representative Warren said, take the rest of them and just deal with them. Does that make sense?
Yep, pretty
Yes.
much what I did. Okay,
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so 100 is. All right, so we're back to now, I am on page 3, reference 114. And that is a good. Okay. And down east, reference 105. That is freezing vacant positions.
Yeah, that's a question that I have of I understand why this particular Down East Correctional Facility, I understand why the initiative freezes those positions because the facility isn't online yet. So that makes sense to me. But I want to know how many other vacant positions we have. And I'd like to freeze all those vacant positions. We know that we've seen a large reduction in residents of our facilities of incarceration. Definitely, I want to talk about Long Creek, 178 staff for 28 youth. It's a pretty large ratio. I'd like to talk about that. So,
Well, you're all set with this one, Representative Warren?
no, sorry that I was trying to get to my question.
Okay.
Commissioner, are there other positions that are frozen? And have you considered freezing positions since your population totals are down?
Is that a question, Representative, is that a question for the whole system, or you're speaking Long Creek specifically?
Yeah, I understand why you're asking that question, and I'm a little unsure of where I am. Here's a follow-up question. does staff ratios in the adult Department of Corrections, would that help us with the programming issue? Or is the fact that folks aren't getting programming, is that directly related to COVID? And when we come out of COVID, we have enough staff to provide programming? It's convoluted, I appreciate that, but if you need me to clarify, I'm happy to.
No, I think I understand. Good question. The challenges that we've had with COVID and programming have been things like when we have an outbreak, which means more than 3 individuals are positive in a facility, let's say a Main State Prison with 900 or 750 residents now, we have to quarantine. And that means that the residents are quarantined in their cells, and that restricts all of that ability to do the in-person sort of moving to the activities building where UMA classes are going. We've had to restrict instructors coming in, professors, volunteers. All of that has been part of that has made us successful in reducing the amount of positivity rate in the facilities. And so that's been the hurdle. Once we've gone beyond this pandemic, we'll open back up and our program will be as successful as it has always been. We've been able to do programming with the tablets, and so they do that. We've been fortunate to have that. But the person programming, volunteers, professors, that's been limited because we've tried to limit the exposure to the residents.
Okay, thank you for that. And so what you're saying is, that brings me some clarity that because the residents have access to tablets, they need to quarantine, or they're not, we aren't walking folks around the facility, but they're still able to do their education programming.
Sure, they're able to do some. It's not as effective as I believe as it is when it's in person, but they are able to do some programming. Depending on the positivity rate or the size of the outbreak, sometimes they're limited to their pod, and they can stay in that community, that one pod where there are 60 or so residents, and they can work that way. Other times, if the outbreak is in the pod, they're restricted and they have to be locked in for 14 days, getting enough time out for a shower, phone calls, that sort of thing. And that's created a barrier.
Mm-hmm. That's helpful. Thank you.
I'd like to follow up on that, Commissioner. I would venture a guess there are programs that are contract services with agencies or organizations. And I also understand not inviting people from away to come in to do a program. So where does that, we're still obligated to pay for those contracts even though they're not being utilized, or what?
Yes, I think that we are still obligated. Those individuals are standing by, and no fault of their own, they haven't been able to come in. Some of them have been able to do some distance work through Zoom, but in large part, we haven't allowed anyone in, and it's been successful. We have to weigh the balance between health and safety of the employees and the residents, and programming. And so we've tried to find that balance through distance programming, and we've done the best we can with that.
So you use the word individuals. I can see where an individual would have a contract, but some of them are companies that the people who do provide the program work for. I would venture a guess.
Really, our biggest relationship is with the University of Maine at Augusta, and that's all Pell Grant funding. And we're still doing some distance work there. They're Zooming in and participating in classes that way. Most of the other programming that happens are volunteers, like Liberation Institute, or state organizations like the University of Maine Cooperative Extension. So there aren't large contracts other than the integrated healthcare providers, and they're on site.
Thank you for that answer. Thank you. All right. So do we want to set that aside?
Senator, you have a couple people with their hands up.
Oh, okay. I again did not see which one first. Representative Pluka.
Thank you.
Pickett.
Yeah, Madam Chairwoman. Commissioner, I was wondering, outside of times of COVID, is there a relationship between CO staffing in the facility and the residents being able to get to their programming?
Yes, as all of you are aware, many of you are intimately aware, when we have recruiting difficulties, when the economy is good and we have a difficult time recruiting for individuals working in the facility, there are times when due to vacations or training or someone's out sick and staffing is tight. And when staffing is tight, we have to provide safety and security foremost. And it can be difficult moving residents around and them getting programming. So there are times, even during non-COVID periods, that we have a hard time with staffing. And I'm worried I have learned over a long period of time that if you don't continually hire and fill vacancies, and there's a void in that hiring process, because it may take 6 weeks to hire and recruit, and then it takes an additional 6 weeks of training, formal training at the academy, and then you have to do the field training officer program. So it could be up to 12 to 14 weeks before someone is actually in a pod working. And if you pause that hiring process at any given time, there'll be serious ramifications regarding staffing down the road.
All right. Are you all done, Representative Pluker? Okay. Representative Pickett?
Yeah, I put my hand down. I'm all set.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So Representative Warren, are you asking to set this one aside?
Not this one, no.
So that's a go, okay. Down East, excuse me?
But I do see Representative Morales has her hand up.
Okay, I can only see a few, so I don't see all the hands.
I'll help.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Morales?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess this question is for the commissioner, really, having heard, well, you know how I feel about housing, you know how I feel about treatment. A lot of folks feel that way. I know you feel that way as well. What can we do? Do you have any, I was really hoping that we would see something, and I know we're in a tough budget cycle, but recognizing that it is a public safety matter to have folks be well when they released, whether it's a part of our SCCP. So how can we prioritize this as a mission of the Department of Corrections and the Department of Public Safety? I'm not just saying it's you, because both of your missions are public safety. And we know that supporting folks in community is a big part of that. And if we're not seeing it here, are we going to see it? Are we going to see efforts in the biennial budget to support folks as they're released, to support folks so that they don't come in? Are we going to see that?
Good question, Representative. We all hope that people transition well, and we know that in order for them to be successful in the community, they have to have housing, they have to earn a livable wage in order to provide for their families. The challenge with this supplemental is we're in a deficit, and there's no additional money. In fact, we have to find money. And so there's no way that I could allocate any money, or I'm sure public safety could allocate any money for housing outside. We're looking for money, and we have to fill that void, and we have to balance that budget. So that's the situation we're in now. In no way could I find money for additional new initiatives. As you see, I'm cutting where I can cut responsibly, and we have to tighten our belts during this supplemental.
Right. And can I respond? I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
I would, but I'm thinking that is like not a philosophical discussion, but more of a discussion. I don't think it pertains to this budget. It's an appropriate discussion, but I'll let you finish though. Go right ahead.
And I agree. It is. And it's something that we are constrained by because we function with a 2-year election cycle, 2-year budget cycle, right? And so we're never able to really think about these long-term cost savings and human outcomes, beneficial human outcomes for people, because we're stuck. So I guess what I'm hoping, and particularly when we so I was thinking about attrition because I know, in municipal government, state government, you think about attrition, you think about staffing as possible ways to make some savings, to make some shifts, that is a logical way to look at it. And if we've had, we knew last session, we do have problems hiring. It's very hard to hire corrections officers. So if we have positions that have been held open for a couple years now, and they're difficult to fill, and we haven't used them, is it possible, thinking forward, that we don't fill them and then we reallocate and we think about how do we keep people out? And that's what that's going to be my focus. It probably will always be my focus as I sit on this committee.
Thank you. Representative Pickett?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I certainly understand where Representative Morales is coming from and stuff, but I think with the amount of pages we've got in this budget going forward, I think we really got to try to stay on point on dealing with what is in this existing supplemental budget. I think we all feel the same way. We'd like to see different things done and different funding be able to go here and there, but I think right now we got to stay on point on where we are and try to get through this. Thank you.
Thank you. So I didn't lose my place. On the Down East one, now reference 105, that's a go. We're going to do that later. Down East 106, and that's the savings for Down East again. So that's a go. Okay, don't hear anything. Juvenile Community Corrections, that's reference 110. And that is going to be a set aside?
Yes, please.
Okay. Now, Long Creek Youth Development Center, reference 102, and that is reducing the funding for a goodwill contract. I'd like to know what that means. I don't even know what that means. And that was in-state travel. So I think I want to direct, I guess, no, never mind. It can, I don't want to set aside, but if you could give me a little brief review, Commissioner, on what is the goodwill contract?
Yeah, sure. Good question, Senator. The goodwill contract is a contract that we had that was helping individuals' employability, giving them job skills and allowing them to transition back into the community. It was originally designed for a much larger population. I think it was originally designed for 90 residents at Long Creek. And now that our numbers have diminished significantly, we've been able to reduce the amount of that budget.
Okay, thank you. Representative Wright, reference, where am I? Another Long Creek, reference 103, and that is a set aside. Mountain View, again, that's reference 108, set aside.
Representative Morales has a question.
Oops, sorry.
I'm sorry, Senator. I just wanted to go back to the Long Creek thing, and the point being, I think I heard you say, Commissioner, now that we've reduced our numbers so much, we don't have a need for these kinds of services. And I think, that statement applies both in our contracted out services and the services that we use with state employees. And so to be thinking about that, we can't say that on one end and then not also acknowledge that we have 179 employees for 28 children in the facility. It's not a question, but if you want to comment.
Is there a question there, Representative?
No.
Okay.
I'm happy to ask the question. I think that you stated that we can't find any savings. How am I supposed to find any savings? We're in a deficit budget. And I understand that we are in a deficit budget. We also have 178 staff for 28 youth, $18.5 million every year. That's proposed over the next 2 years. We understand that this is a supplemental budget, but it's also in the biennial budget, and it's in the biennial budget for the next 2 years. And we've been talking about the same thing now for many, many years. And we can't pretend like it doesn't exist. So why aren't we moving some of those staff to other facilities? How can we, as a government agency, justify 179 staff and 28 youth? Is that clear?
Sure. So I'll respond to that. Thank you, Representative. So that staffing number is there and has been there historically. Last year, we had a reduction in the committed youth by 34%, as was, and these are a result of the work that we did with the Juvenile Justice Task Force, right? So the goals of that objective of that task force were to reduce the population. In 1 year's time, we've reduced that population by 34%. The detained youth, we've reduced by 69%. We've gone from, now we only have, on average 30 residents at Long Creek. An additional goal and we're committed to, is to push the services into the community and have 3 residential secure staffed residences in the communities. And so we hope to do that with 3. We currently have 1. That's the STEPS program where the girls are located outside of the fence at Long Creek. We're currently looking to secure another one. We've narrowed it down to 2, we believe, 1 in Saco and 1 in South or Lewiston or Auburn. And those will have to be staffed. As we roll into that, I hope to do that particular building and that service for youth, putting them in the community, and I have to staff that also. That'll be part of the pulling the personnel out of Long Creek, moving them in the community. I hope by the second quarter to do something in Central Maine where we can pull youth out of a secure facility and have them in a residential setting. That will have to be staffed also. And so that's my intention as we move forward in this first quarter, in the second quarter, and in this calendar year, to have 3 of those residential facilities up. Those will have to be staffed. And that's my intention, to use these bodies to staff those positions and get the youth in the community where we can do it safely.
I'd love to see some of those documents and those plans and the specs, and because I don't have access to any of that. And so that's why you probably hear my questions are the same over and over, because it's going on the only information that I have from you. And I'd love to see those other pieces of information. And I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know, Victoria, we already decided we're going to set that aside and now we're debating it. So can we come back to that, or Representative Morales, do you wish to make?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to say one thing. I just got the ratios by the federal government for youth staff to youth ratios for secure confinement is 1 staff to 8 youth. And I haven't heard about these 3 locations or these plans. And I also really try to find out, I try to stay in touch as much as I can. I haven't heard about that. And I just wonder, based on the Juvenile Justice Task Force recommendations, that non-secure confinement do not need corrections officers, or really shouldn't have corrections officers to staff them. They should have folks trained in, culturally sensitive, restorative practices, trauma informed, that from the community. So I just want to put that on the record. Thank you.
That's been an age-old problem, Representative Morales. If we have 30 students or clients and 1 to 8 ratio, sometimes it's better to have a bigger prison, more, and we'd have less staff. But that would save 4 staff members for 30 that are in held. I just wanted to throw that out. Okay. So we're setting aside 103. Mountain View Correctional is also a set aside, unless I hear anything different here. Okay. Representative Morales, do you have a question? Your hand's up. Okay.
No.
No?
No question, sorry.
Okay. State Prison, reference number 97, and that also given the suggestion would be a set aside. All right. Can we begin? Okay. So the next one that we can have a vote on, I would say, is on the first page, reference 92, and that is adult community corrections. And that is savings of, well, 31,000 and a half, I guess, for training and out-of-state travel.
Senator Shambo?
Yes.
Yeah. What sometimes committees do at this point is they group all of the ones that were not objected to.
Well,
so
it's because I felt we were in Zoom and the public would
sure.
be, I'd be grouped.
Absolutely, no problem.
I just wanted to give so I'm going to call, Representative Costain. You have
Yes, I'd like to move them in as a block, all the ones that we went through.
Well, then
said they were good.
That's the second suggestion. So I'll read all the ones that we were going to go through, and then we can have one vote. I feel, again, the public has a right to know what we're talking about. Does anybody have any objection, one at a time or in a group? Okay, we're going to do it in a group. So I will use my blue highlight here. So the group is number 92. And as I said, that was community corrections. Second page is reference 99. That's the correctional center. That's it's $250,000. And that was vehicle renting, building repairs, equipment, uniforms, what have you. And so that's another one. And then we're on page 3, reference 114. That's about $88,000 for food purchasing. And so that's that. The next one is Downey's Correctional Facility. 105 is the reference number. And those are the vacant positions at Downey's Correctional Facility. The other one is also Down East, and that's $20,000. And impact, well, that has to do with the opening of Down East, and that's $20,000. Long Creek Correctional Facility, reference 102, that's $178,000. And that was the reduced funding of the Goodwill contract and travel, and that's 178. And that's it. So the ones I just named are the set asides. No one has any objection. Does the secretary wish to cast one ballot?
I'll second Representative Costain's motion to move it in as a block.
Okay. So everybody in favor? Anyone oppose? No? Okay, so Deb?
Senator,
Yes.
Could I just ask, Senator, who is absent? Representative Sharp, Senator Lawrence,
and Representative Reckitt.
Senator Lawrence, Reckitt, and Sharp. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Senator?
Representative Pickett.
Yeah, on reference 105. Was that one that we were holding, or did we just add that into the group we were going to do?
What page do you know? 105?
Page 3.
No, that was, I read that one. And that was the vacant positions. And
That's
that
going in.
It's going
Okay,
in.
that was the 15 vacant positions?
Yeah. That was part of the block. You got it?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. So now we'll take the set asides. Okay. Reference 93, that's $6.5 million. And that's the adult community corrections. And that has to do with the Coronis Relief Fund. So we had some explanation from the budget office.
I'll make a motion to move it in.
Yeah. Am I gonna ask for a second, I guess, or everybody's in favor of that? Do you need a second, Jane?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I second. Victoria seconds.
Thank you.
And now
Any
we'll need
discussion?
Deb.
Oh, go ahead, Representative Warren.
I'm sorry, I spoke over you and I didn't mean to. I was just going to say that these are the ones we'll need Deb to call the roll for us.
Yep, thank you.
Ready? Senator DeChambeau.
Yeah, yes. Wait a minute, I'm sorry. Is everybody all set? No one's gonna make a comment of that? We're all set how we feel about this?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Why
'cause
can't we just take them as a
calling
block
a
with her
roll
voting
call.
against them? Can't hear you.
Um,
Why can't we take them as a block with her voting against them?
Okay.
Okay, so voting
Instead of
yes
doing every one of them.
to go, okay? Dan and Representative Pickett, your mics are on. Okay. All right, so that's number 93 and go right ahead. I'm sorry, Deb.
No problem.
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is not in the Zoom at the moment. Senator Searway.
Aye.
Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Aye.
Representative Reckitt is absent. Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yay.
Representative Pickett.
I couldn't hear.
You need to unmute.
I heard yes, I don't know. Representative Pickett?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Costain.
Yay.
Representative Rudnicki.
Nay.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Jane, maybe while we're just running through these votes quickly, could you unshare your screen so that it's easier to see folks?
Of course.
That would be great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, because I say it anyway, so. All right, so trying to move right along. Bolduc Correctional Facility, reference 112. And that is also the Coronis Relief Fund. And so that's at a savings of $3 million. So any comment on that? If not,
I'll move it in.
okay. Any second on that?
Costain, I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Deb, you can get a roll call, please, if there's no comments. Yeah, Representative Rudnicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say that it's not necessarily a savings. It is just a shift in funds. So I don't want that to be out there that it's a savings, because it's a shift in funds from the regular budget into using coronavirus money.
Well, it's a curtailment on the existing budget. So I will say curtailment on it's a recommended curtailment on existing budget. So here we go. Deb, would you call roll call, please?
Certainly. Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is still not on the Zoom. Senator Searway.
Aye.
Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Reckett is not on the Zoom. Representative Sharp is not on the Zoom. Representative Lookner.
Aye.
Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Costain.
Aye.
Representative Rudnicki.
Nay.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, the next one is, I'm all set? Okay. Correctional Center. This is where you ask your question, Representative Morales. Is it personal services or personnel? Oops. Hello?
I have been informed that it's the same. It's just the program they're using. It's the same.
I just lost my Zoom. I'm sorry. Is anybody, am I still on? Yeah. Okay.
We see you.
Okay. I don't know if that answered the question. On reference 100, no, excuse me. Yes. Correctional Center reference 100, it says to support public health, public safety, personal services or personnel services. You got typed in personal services. That could be a massage, right? What, do you know if that's a typo?
I've been informed that it's the same. Yeah.
It's personal services?
Personnel.
Oh. So your staff is saying personnel and personal are the same. Okay. All right. So, and that's $16 million. That's correctional center. Wow. Ready for a vote? Anybody? Oops. Representative Rudnicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify something, especially because we're on Zoom and it's hard to, is curtailment is basically a reduction and saving money, whereas this is a shift of money. And I want that very clear, that it's shifting from budget, from actual out of the budget, it's actually shifting money from the COVID relief money. So it's not a savings or curtailment. It says related to, but it's not a savings. I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
You made it clear. I am going with the terminology of curtailment. So thank you.
I'm sorry, Senator DeChambeau, which number are you on?
I'm looking. I just said it. Wait a minute.
100.
100. Okay.
Thank you. Do you know what page that is? I just missed it.
Two.
Okay, yep, sorry. It's on the bottom and the other part. Is there a motion, please?
I make a motion to move it in.
Okay, second?
I'll second.
Okay. And that was Representative Morales made the motion and Representative Warren second. A roll call, please.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Aye.
Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Aye.
Representative Reckett is absent. Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Aye.
Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki.
Nay.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Thank you. And now we go to page 4, I believe. And on page 4, the juvenile community corrections, that's reference 110. And that is $4 million, still the coronavirus relief funds. And, okay,
I make a motion to move in.
yep. Warren, and second? Who would like to second that motion on 110? I will second.
Mustaine, I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Representative Costain seconds that motion. We'll have a roll call, please.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yay.
Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Reckett is absent. Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Luckner.
Aye.
Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki.
Nay.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now I'm up to page 5, and that is Long Creek also. And again, I don't know what that's for, but it's $9.5 million.
I'll move it in.
Motion by Representative Warren, second.
Seconded.
Thank you. Representative Luckner, second. Go right ahead. Deb.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yay.
Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Reckett is absent. Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Luckner.
Yay.
Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki.
Nay.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Thank you again. Last one. Oh, no, 2 more. Mountain View Correctional Facility, reference 108. And that also is the same as above, and that is $9.5 million.
I'll move it in.
Okay. Second on that?
I second, Victoria.
Thank you. When you're ready, Deb?
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yay.
Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Reckett is absent. Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Luckner.
Aye.
Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki.
Nay.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker.
Yes.
You. Now the last one is the state prison, and what is that? Well, same thing, and that is 18, almost $19 million savings. I mean, didn't want to use that word, state prison. Is there a motion on that?
I'll move it in.
Don't tell Representative Warren. I will second that. State prison, why not? I'll sit in that. Okay. So, Deb, when you're ready?
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yay.
Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Reckitt is absent. Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Aye.
Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki.
Nay.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker.
Yes.
And that is what we just did, is a savings of a little over $62 million.
So,
So, does that conclude the Department of Corrections for now, or are we set to move on? I
think we are set to move on. Commissioner, thank you for sitting on the hot seat with us this afternoon. I would just like to really earnestly request that before this committee repeats this process on the biennial budget, we have a very thorough look at what the plans are for Long Creek. Otherwise, I think you have a pretty good idea of how those votes are going to go. So I'd love to see that material.
I think I have good clarity where everyone stands, and I will have a good, solid plan I think you'll be pleased with.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I support that, Representative Warren, and I think we need to have it, you know, a little before we look at that budget so we can digest that. So whenever you're ready to do that around budget time, that would be helpful.
Wonderful. I look forward to it. Thank you.
Yes, you will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right. Is Commissioner Sawchuk here? There he is. Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Well, that didn't take too long, and that was only 6 pages. Now we got 16 pages. Anybody want to? Okay.
Senator DeChambeau, may I attempt to speed us up a little bit by just setting aside a bunch of things quickly and getting us moving on this? I think this one's a little bit different than the other one.
If you, I won't say no to that suggestion. Go ahead.
Let me see what I can do here. I would like to start right off by saying, let's set aside reference 483.
Yep.
Let's set aside reference 481, still on page 1. Let's set aside, now I'm on page 9. I'm moving to page 10. I'm now looking at page 11. Now I'm on page 12. I'm now on page 14. I'm looking at reference number 514. I'd like to set that one aside. I'd like to set aside reference 495 on page 15 and reference 516 on page 15. So we'll just put those at the end. Then I would just like to say that when I look at this budget, there are definitely a lot of pieces that are booked with parentheses around them because they've been vacant positions or travel that isn't used due to coronavirus, etc. So I think we could probably move through these rather quickly, but if you have any committee members have any questions for the commissioner, of course, let's ask them. So that takes us back to reference 480. And Senator, I'm happy to step aside if you'd like me to, if you want to continue. I just
Yes.
wanted to get those aside.
No, that's perfect. Thank you. Commissioner Sawchuk, I don't know if you were here when Commissioner Liberty was. The set-asides are the ones that there were concerns about coronavirus relief funds. Those are the only ones, but we'll go back to them. The ones that are open, and we'll begin with computer crimes, 480. We will, there'll be a motion and we'll take a vote on those, okay? Or they might be obviously questions given the justification.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was listening and I appreciate your work, so I will be here for any questions.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to move in reference number 480.
No one's going to argue with computer crimes, right?
I second that.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded.
I do have a question.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Representative Pickett?
Yeah, on that vacant position there, I'm reading what it has to say. Is that a position that you expect to be filling right off, or is that just a placeholder?
Thank you, Representative. It actually is full now. This is representative of leaving the position open for a few months as a cost saving initiative, but it is full now. I should also mention, you talking about vacancies and positions. We've had vacancies in computer crimes. We believe this is actually an EPU position that falls under the computer crimes umbrella because of the supervision there. So this position is now filled and computer crimes is completely full at the moment. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Representative Corey would be happy to hear that. Thank you. So we will, I forgot what we're going to do here. Do we still take a
So
roll
Deb will call the roll on
Thank
this
you.
one.
Yeah. Well, they're all the same. Yes, why don't I do like I did, the ones that are okay, and then vote in a block?
Okay, great. Yep. Okay, so I think everyone's good on this one, except I see Representative Costain has a question.
Recognize you, Representative Costain.
No, that was my recommendation. Let's go down through them and take them as a block and vote once at the end.
Yep. Again, I'll go as fast as I can to just put them all in a block for the public. So that computer crime 480 was 35 million. Criminal justice.
35,000.
Oh, 35 million. Whoa. I've been in government too long. Sorry. 35,000. Thank you. Wow. Criminal Justice Academy, that's 45,000. That's reference 485. Again, the Criminal Justice Academy, and that's food costs, is reference 486, 30,000. The other one is Criminal Justice Academy 487, 25,000. Drug Enforcement Agency, reference 497, and that's $250,000, that's 240,000. Drug Enforcement, Reference 498, $136,000. Drug enforcement again, and that's 499. And that has to do with the meth labs, and that's 50,000. Drug enforcement again, reference 501, $46,000. Drug enforcement again, 502, $40,000. Drug enforcement again, reference 503, 37,000. Drug enforcement, 504, 16,000. Drug enforcement, 505, 16,000. Drug enforcement, 506, 14,000. Drug enforcement, 507, 10,000. Drug enforcement, 508, almost 9,000. Drug enforcement, 509, 7,500. Drug enforcement, 510, 7,200. Drug enforcement, 511, 4,000. Drug enforcement, 512, 500. Fire marshal.
Before we move on,
Excuse me?
Senator, this is Representative Warren. Before we move on to Fire Marshal's office,
Yeah.
I just wanted us to get all of those in a group. The main drug enforcement agency, a lot of those make sense to me. Landlines, obviously, vehicles, that's not hard to figure out. I have a question about, for Commissioner Sawchuk, about reference number 497, $240,000. What is that?
Thank you, Representative Warren. So this is a combination of things. As you may recall, Maine Drug Enforcement actually only has 4 actual employees, state employees. The rest of the unit statewide is staffed by contracts, which means in a task force environment, we have municipalities or agencies around the state, whatever level they happen to be, and they temporarily assign police officers to a task force setup. And it's about 190,000 of this is contract related, and about 50,000 of this is lab testing. And the reason for the 190, as an example, is with COVID in 2020, we had a lot of staffing concerns in that local agencies would pull back from all of their specialty assignments, not just Maine Drug Enforcement, because there was an outbreak at the police department. They didn't have enough staffing, so they would pull people back, which means we weren't paying them based on the contract. So there was a lot of that was happening in both directions. Somebody would come back, somebody would go back to the agency. There were other times where the agencies pulled them out altogether just because they didn't have the staffing available to work the road and keep everybody safe. So then on the lab testing side, again, because of some of the things that we were doing to mitigate the threat to our officers and the general public, we did ratchet back significantly on our proactive approaches to investigations. So that means that we were not testing as many lab results as we were in years past. So that's a combination to bring us up to that 240,000.
Thank you. That was my only question, Senator.
That was a good question. Thank you.
Thanks.
Fire Marshal's office, and that's on page 14, 494, and that has a total of 40,000. That again is the vacancies for 3 months. That was the position of assistant fire marshal. And I think that's it. Now we're back to the, we'll make a motion for all the ones I just read. Yeah, I would take a motion as a block that those numbers voted on. Go ahead.
I'll make a motion to move in.
I'll second it.
And Representative Warren makes the motion and Representative Costain seconds. Okay. Whenever you're ready, Deb. Thank you. I didn't hear
Oh,
you.
I think you're on mute.
Thank you. Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence.
Uh,
I saw he was back, but I guess he's
Yeah,
not.
he was.
So Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Aye.
Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Reckett is absent. Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yay.
Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker stepped away for a minute.
So that's unanimous, I guess. Yeah. And we have 3 absent. Okay.
I think you have 4 absent.
4.
4.
Pluker
Oh.
stepped away.
Yeah, Pluker. So now the computer crime. Oh. So now we're up to reference number 481. That's the bottom of page 7.
I think we're on 483. Did we
Yeah.
do 483 yet?
No, we skipped.
That's the, isn't
I'll
that the
move
one?
in.
483.
I'll make a motion to move it in.
Well, that's the one we just voted, did we not?
We just voted the block of everything we agreed
sorry.
on. That's okay.
Thank
So
you.
I'll move in 483.
Jeez.
We're tired. It's been a long day. I'm tired.
Well, I
Costain, I'll
hope we
second
all
it.
agree. That's, thank you, Representative Renecki, to vote for that. I thought you voted for 483. Okay. So it's been moved and seconded by Warren and Costain. Sorry, go right ahead.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes, again.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yay.
Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Reckett is absent. Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yay.
Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki.
Nay.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker.
This is reference number 483. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yep. And so we have 3 out then. Okay. Moving right along. Okay.
I'll
The
make a
next-
motion to move in reference 481.
Okay.
I
And
second that.
that's computer crime, $250,000. We can have a roll call.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yay.
Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Reckett is absent. Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yay.
Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki.
Nay.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Thank you. Now we go to
Page 15.
Page 14.
Page 15. No? I'm sorry, you're right. Page 14, I'll move in reference 514.
That's emergency medical services, 168,000. We can go with the roll. Oh, who seconded that? Representative Warren made the motion, second by,
I'll second it.
thank you, Representative Cossane.
Ready?
Deb, you're ready? Yes, thank you.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yay.
Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Yay.
Representative Reckett is absent. Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yay.
Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki.
Nay.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker.
Yes.
I'll make a motion to move in reference 495.
Costain will second it.
Thank you. That's the fire marshal's office, personal services. Oh, there's the personal again. We're gonna get used to that. And that's about 274,000. So we're ready when you are, Deb.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yay.
Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Reckett is absent. Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yay.
Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki.
Nay.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Thank you. Now we're up to the last one, licensing and enforcement, public safety. I need a motion. That was a set aside. That's reference number 516. That's $95,000.
I make
I'll
a
make a
motion.
motion. Oh, go ahead.
Make a motion to move 516 in.
Thank you.
A second.
Thank you. So it's been moved and seconded. Go ahead, Deb.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yay.
Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Reckett is absent. Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Aye.
Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki.
Nay.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Thank you.
We did it. We did it. We did it.
And that is a total of 2 million, I guess, for public safety. Yeah. You got off too easy there, Commissioner Sawchuk.
Well,
This-
Madam Chair, as a member of the committee, thank you very much for having me. I'll buy Commissioner Liberty a coffee to help you work out the bumps on the first version there. Nicely
might
done,
wanna-
nicely done.
You might
Give
want
him
to
a
get him a
donut, too, while you're at
donut too. Great minds think alike, Richard.
Oh,
Gonna
well,
make you go first the next time, that's for sure.
There you go. I'm in. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very
Have a
much.
good night now.
Yeah.
Have a good night. Good job, everyone. Today was a long day, man.
Yep.
Good work.
I don't have it in front of me, but do we have anything tomorrow? Tomorrow's Wednesday. Nothing.
Oh, Thursday.
Oh, Wednesday, Thursday. I'm okay. Thursday and Friday, right?
We're back on Monday.
I'll be with Victoria, I hope, on Friday. Or is it Thursday? So Monday we're on, right?
Yep.
So We're trying. I think we are melding into a team, in a committee. And I know for people who don't work or have never worked in those two businesses, it's a lot to take in. But we're here to help and explain, and either commissioner, I'm sure, is available to answer any of your questions.
They're very good about getting back to you for sure, so.
I'll turn it over to Jane if you have anything you'd like to add. And Deb, are you all set? Hearing none? Have a nice night, people. Okay.
You too. Good night, everyone.
Yeah,
You owe me 3 sandwiches now. You owe me 3 sandwiches now.
Hey, wait a minute, Pickett, if you stop by, I've got homemade cookies, okay?
She wants you to stop by.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.